Good evening. Hello, is this on? Good evening, everyone. Good evening. It's 6:51, and we are now coming back out of closed session. We've already gone through agenda items A, B, and C. We've also gone through agenda item D, closed session. We are now coming up to agenda item C. We'd all rise for the pledge, both pledges, and then we'll go from there.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, board members, we have an option here, and I'd like to bring it forward to the board. We do have motions coming out if we want to do the first two or take motions, but we do have speakers for agenda item D3. We do have speakers. We are allowed to let them speak before we vote on that. So if it's the will of the board, we can do that. Otherwise, I take motions for the other two options that were topics that were discussed in closed session. Are there any? Mr. Moses?
Let me make sure I got the right one. Mr. President, I move the Board of Trustees authorize the Board President to execute the interlocal agreement with both City of Round Rock Police Department and Williamson County Sheriff's Department for security camera access as discussed in closed session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the interlocal agreement with the security cameras as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. Okay.
Another one, Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the administration's recommendation and issue non-Chapter 21 employment contracts to the employees as listed and discussed in closed session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the administration's recommendation on non-Chapter 21 contracts as presented. Any further discussion? Ms. Vessa, your light didn't turn on. Press it again.
Sorry. Wait.
You pushed the wrong button. All right. Okay. That's all right. I just want to make sure it works, but I recognize you. Go ahead.
Do we want to explain at all what this is about, so that people know what were we allowed to?
Yeah, we can make a quick comment.
Dr. Flores, does somebody want to just talk about Annette, what this motion is, and just so that people are clear on what we're voting on?
Sure. This motion would give non-Chapter 21 contracts for a year for our executive directors and hires. So that would include your assistant superintendents and chiefs. So it would give them a contract, like I said, for the school year. It would begin July 1st and last through June 30th.
So why aren't they currently on contract, and why do you think it's necessary for them to be on contract?
The contracts, they haven't had contracts for a very long time. I believe it's close to 20 years. Most of our surrounding districts do have contracts, as well as our peer districts. It's very common. And it becomes a hiring issue as well. Lots of people want to come to our district, and that's one of the questions they'll ask. Do you have contracts at central office? And our answer is no. Also, it's a recruiting tool within our district, because if you're on a contract currently and you come to central office at any level, there are not any contracts for those people either.
But this would just be for director level or above, right?
We're starting small, so with executive director up to our chiefs. Yes.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Math.
Just some further clarification. It's my understanding that if we do vote yes, that going forward, any new contract would need to be approved by the board. Is that common understanding?
For the 18 that are listed, is that right? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. All right. At this point, this is a little bit different than what we've done, but we are going to take comments. So on agenda item C3, we have a handful of speakers on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 7 or so, 6 or 7. So with that, This is agenda item C3 pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. The board will discuss and deliberate issue notice of proposed non-renewal for the Chapter 21 term employment contract for an elementary teacher. So with that, we did get some information in closed session, but with that, we will take some input because it is on the agenda at this point. So I'm going to call each of these speakers up in the order that I was given them, and then after that, we will vote on, make a vote on that. So with that, our first speaker is Robin Otto. Again, you have 3 minutes, and again, let me read the, pardon me? Yes, let me read the statement on the back. Everybody got the comment there, but let me just read it real quick. Again, I got it right here. This is just real quick. At each regular meeting, the board will set aside 20 minutes to afford general public opportunity to speak to the board regarding matters of concern or interest to the district other than character of any student, staff, or board member. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments on any subject, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. At the 20-minute limit, after the 20-minute limit is reached, the board will proceed to other business, and persons who have not yet spoken will be rescheduled to the latter part of the meeting in the public communication section. I'd like to remind the audience that the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. The board cannot discuss or act upon any matter that is not listed under the action item portion of the agenda. Therefore, board members may not discuss and cannot discuss the comments of the speakers. Please understand that a lack of response for the board members does not indicate agreement or approval of the comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. A spokesperson for a group is allowed 5 minutes. Ms. Gonzalez, Vice President of the board, will be the designated timekeeper. You also have a timekeeper on the podium there. So again, we request that, as a courtesy for everybody else, that you follow that. So with that, our first speaker is Ms. Otto, and then after that will be Catherine Otto. So Ms. Otto.
Good evening. My name is Robin Otto, and my son was in Patty Kenyon's kindergarten class this year, the child regarding the penalties the district seeks to impose. Let me begin by saying the kindergarten was a difficult year for my son, much to my husband's and my surprise. Thanks to Patty's early notification to us that we need to be aware of his difficulties, we discovered a teacher who had such a passion for teaching her young students. And more than teaching, she wanted to help them find success and passion in their own education. Patty was very proactive, getting us involved early on and working with us to try new techniques to help him find success at school. She loved my son and saw that he was a smart little boy, a sweet, kind, and loving little boy, but a boy who needed extra support and assistance during much of this year. She went to bat for him, took him under her wing, and gave him the love and support he needed during difficult times. In fact, when the district twice sent observers to her classroom, both times the observer profusely praised Patty's work in the classroom, saying that was a, and I quote, joy to watch the time and care you put into your relationship building. Your demeanor with your students is your strength, and if I were to choose an educator who can best handle a student, I would pick you. Does that sound like a teacher who would ever intentionally hurt a child? And it wasn't just our child. She spread that same love, understanding, and encouragement amongst all her kids. Patty calls her kids Kenyon's Minions, a concept that so excites her students that today you can find a 3rd or 4th grader, many of them, who are still proud that they were a Kenyon Minion. And I'm proud to be an honorary Kenyon Minion, too. It was heartwarming to watch how she engaged all the children in her class, how she brought them together as a team. My son would come home loving everything they did and talking excitedly about what they were learning or would be learning next, no matter what had happened at school that day. When I found out what the district was doing to Patty, I was heartbroken and angry. I was determined, but for the numerous times Patty stood up for my son, that I had to stand up for her. And it's not just me. I reached out to almost every family in that classroom, and most of them wrote letters and sent emails to the administration, urging them to return her to the classroom without delay. I truly hope that the administration has shared those letters with you. When you read them, you'll see what kind of person Patty Kenyon is, and what a loss it was to our children that she didn't return to see them through their last month of their kindergarten year. I think a no-strike policy is very commendable, but Patty clearly never intended to hit my son, and honestly, I wouldn't even call it a hit. Rather, she was startled when her face was just inches from my son's. I'm sure the administration was well-intended, but it has made a serious mistake in their recommendation to you, and I would ask I would like to ask you, as our representatives, to take a closer look before you pass final judgment. It would be a tragic injustice not to do so. I trust Patty Kenyon with my child's life. As you look around to all of her supporters, you'll see I'm not the only one. Thank you for listening, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Can't take any questions, but thank you, Ms. Otto. Appreciate it. Next up is Catherine Otto, and after that will be Tavisha Kakimbi.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Otto, and I spent 30 years as a kindergarten and pre-K teacher, and nearly 20 of those were right here in Round Rock. It was a very happy experience. I retired from the classroom to work for Region 13 as an instructional coach for other pre-K teachers. But I'm here today as the grandmother of the child involved in the incident in which Human Resources is seeking to dismiss Patty Kenyon. I was a frequent volunteer in Patty's class this past year, and given my background, I couldn't help but observe her as if I was still a Region 13 coach. And one of my roles as a coach was to conduct observations using the class observation checklist. One section addressed emotional support. Research indicates that emotional support is the most important factor determining a student's success in learning, far outweighing the curriculum, far outweighing the abundance of materials or the physical environment. And as I watched Patty over the year, I thought to myself numerous times, whoa, she would have had a top score on all 3 areas of emotional support. She was always caring, listening, responding to children's needs. Every child could sense that she was on their side, that she was their advocate. She listened to their ideas and tried to incorporate them when possible. You know, children can't be conned like maybe we adults can. They know when an adult truly cares about them. And she did all of the above with the patience of Job. I'd also like to comment on how Human Resources handles these investigations. This incident was completely accidental on Patty's part, as she was just very close up with my grandson, talking with him, and she was startled, and it just caused her to just jump and then, just accidentally hit him. It seems Human Resources' zero tolerance for hitting does not distinguish between a teacher's aggressive act toward a child and an accident by a teacher with an outstanding record of interacting with children, and who, by the way, reported the incident herself. So I just ask you, is there no place for common sense or reason in all of this? Thanks for listening to me. I feel very strongly about this, not just for my grandson's sake or for Patty's sake, but I'm also here as an advocate for all the children, the future children who will come through the doors of Brushy Creek to attend kindergarten. Please don't deny them that opportunity to experience the love and effort extended by people like Patty Kenyon, because they do deserve that kind of opportunity. Thank you.
Next up is Tavisha Kalambe, I think. Is that right? After that will be Tracy. Thank you. Step forward, pull the mic down.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll just... Do I say my name? You do. Okay. My name is Tavisha Kalambi. Do I say my address? No, what grade you're going to be? I'm going to be in 4th grade, and she was my kindergarten teacher, and she was one of the reasons that I am who I am today, and whenever we were in class, we would have this Go Noodle where there was like this snake, and we would do different things that a snake could, like different animals things, and she was very kind to all of us in the class, and we really loved her, and she took good care of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kalambe. Appreciate it. Okay. Next up is Tracy Thankey, and then Zach Otto.
My name is Tracy Thankey. I've been a kindergarten teacher at Brushy Creek for 33 years, and I'm here today because I think what's being done to Patty is a big mistake that I'd like to help verify and to rectify. Actually, I'm not used to speaking to such tall people, so I do want to say, though, that I first met Patty when she was a parent in 2009 when her son was in my class. And she was a volunteer for several years. And the PTA awarded her the Volunteer of the Year during that time. And after that, she decided that instead of being a successful architect, as she had been for the past 20 years, she decided that she wanted to change her career and be a teacher. And so she went back to school. And eventually she came back to my room as a student teacher. She was a great student teacher. She was very confident and very organized, and she drew her lines very straight, unlike the students. And after that, she got her teaching certificate, and she got a job at Brushy Creek as a pre-K teacher. So she did that for 2 years, and then she went to kindergarten. So actually, I've known her for 10 years, and during that time, I've seen her grow from a parent to a volunteer to a student teacher to a beginning teacher, and then, after 6 years of teaching, to a master teacher. She was able to build relationships with students, and she did a great job, particularly with children who needed some extra help with self-regulation. And she has a way of reaching out and pouring out her love so that the kids understand that and they know that about her. She also helps fellow teachers when they have difficulties arrive, and she helped out in lots of situations. Many of her colleagues are here tonight, as well as parents, because we're in support of her. Accidents happen, and this was an unfortunate accident. She was very honest about reporting the incident herself. I don't think she should be punished for that. None of us condone striking a child, and sometimes judgment and common sense need to be used. So I'm hoping that these things will address the problem. I guess I want to finish with saying I would like to see Patty returned to the classroom. She's an amazing teacher, and the students at Brushy Creek will benefit from her being there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you. Next up is Zach Otto, and then Katie Puglisi.
Good evening. My name is Zach Otto. I'm the father of the student involved in this incident. I just wanted to add a few words about what I've observed over the last year. At the end of the day, I know my kid loves Miss Kenyon with all his heart. He loved going to school. He loved going to her class. And even though it's been a really tough year for him, he is always positive and always excited to see Miss Kenyon. He talked about Miss Kenyon all the time, even out of school. He'd say things like, I think that's where she lives. I wonder if Miss Kenyon shops at this H-E-B. Little things like that just really showed how much he cared about her. He'd ask us, do you think my first grade teacher will let me talk to Miss Kenyon? He also has a younger brother, Aaron, who's 3, and he's been planning on Aaron having Miss Kenyon as his kindergarten teacher. He said, I want Aaron to have Miss Kenyon, and I want to be his 3rd grade buddy so I can go visit her. He wasn't the easiest child to work with over the year, but you'd never know it by how excited he was to go to school and how much Miss Kenyon worked with him. Miss Kenyon's been a very important part, a non-family member in our family's life this last year. I don't know how this year would have gone without her, and I hope you will make sure she's back in the classroom as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. And then last speaker is Katie Puglisi.
Good evening. My name is Katie Puglisi. I have 2 children currently attending Brushy Creek Elementary. And if I could just take a moment, I know a lot of us are wearing these I'm a Kenyon Minion shirts to support Mrs. Kenyon. But if you are here and you're not wearing a shirt, or you are, if we could stand up and just show the board how many of us are here tonight to support Mrs. Kenyon. Thank you all so much. My son Alex was fortunate enough to have Mrs. Kenyon for his kindergarten teacher. I'm also a substitute teacher at Brushy Creek Elementary. Over the past 3 years, I've worked in all of the kindergarten classrooms. I've seen firsthand just how valuable Mrs. Kenyon is to our school and to our children. On many occasions, I've watched as she was quickly able to resolve situations where a student lost their temper. And sadly, these situations happen quite often. She is able to calm them down before anything escalates into a dangerous situation. I've noticed over the past 3 years that whenever another teacher has a hard time controlling a student who is about to escalate and about to lose control and needs the student to calm down, those kids are sent to Mrs. Kenyon's classroom. Mrs. Kenyon is able to talk to them, to calm them down, and after spending a little bit of time in her classroom talking to her, they're able to reboot and re-enter their classroom. Based on everything that I have seen in her classroom over the past 3 years, I know that the incident that took place was obviously an unfortunate accident. Mrs. Kenyon is so loving, so kind, and so gentle with all of our children at Brushy Creek. She is an irreplaceable asset to our school and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, board members, we'll go to agenda item D3. And
Mr. President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the administration's recommendation and issue notice of proposal termination of Chapter 21 term employment contract to Patricia Kenyon as listed and discussed in closed session.
The proposal should be, or the motion should read, a proposed non-renewal, not termination. It's a statutory, a different statutory.
Non-renewal of Chapter 21.
That's
term.
correct.
Would it be possible to have Doug explain a little more?
No, I was going to have this.
Yeah. So obviously, these are difficult situations, difficult cases. Teachers and administrators in the state of Texas have contracts issued to them that are property interests. And the board, if the board was inclined to terminate a teacher or an administrator, they couldn't just do it summarily. There's a process that has to be initiated, which basically turns into a mini trial in front of the board in this case. So by approving this motion, you would essentially just be starting a process where the board would be able to hear from the people with the facts of what happened, the teacher in question and so forth, to be able to hear those facts directly and then make a decision based on those kinds of facts presented to you. And then at the end of that time, you would decide whether or not you would indeed non-renew the teacher, and then there would be a process that the teacher could utilize beyond this level if the teacher so desired. So by approving this motion, you're not terminating a teacher tonight. You're not doing something that is conclusive other than starting a process.
So, Doug, just so I'm clear, if we vote in the affirmative, it then gives the teacher the opportunity to then present all her facts to the whole board so we can have both sides equally allow us to make a decision.
Correct.
Mr. Meth.
What would be the, and I'm not sure we have the answer, but what would be the estimated timetable for that process?
So the teacher would get notice within would get notice soon, and then would have to respond within 15 days whether the teacher wished to request a hearing process. And then it would be just a matter of scheduling the hearing and with this board, which could happen as quickly as the parties could come together to do that. But there are statutory deadlines, and they're fairly prompt.
And so since it really is a non-renew for potentially for a year from now,
Right.
in that time she's still getting her salary.
That is
still getting
correct.
paid, still getting her benefits.
Correct. Because of the way the law works, if you were to have proposed a non-renewal prior to the 10th day before the last day of instruction, that could have had an effect as of the current school year. But we are now into the next contract year, so whatever action, if the board were to vote to non-renew, the non-renewal would not take place until the end of the next school year. Now, that doesn't mean that the teacher would necessarily return to the classroom. The teacher may be given a different assignment if the district chose to go down that path, and we're not here determining that at this juncture. But for purposes of her employment and her entitlement to pay and so forth, that would not end until the end of the next school year.
So second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. So just for clarification, if this passes, that starts the process. If it fails, then do we automatically go to motion 2, or do we take no action at all, and then she...
If I think the board should make a decision. So you've got either to approve the recommendation or to reject it.
So then we'd go to motion number 2 down here.
Yes.
And then she
Yes,
goes
sir.
back to the classroom with her, or she gets... It's not
Her employment would be continued, but I would think we'd still have to have a discussion about what assignment perhaps would be appropriate if that were the case.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
So, can you explain to everyone why we're even in this process? I mean, what made the HR department feel like they had to come forward with this?
Well, without getting into matters that probably should be ferreted out in a proper hearing, and I don't want to step on that process, just generally speaking, obviously a school district should be concerned about the welfare of students primarily, and I'm sure everyone here would agree with that. So when we have an issue where there may be a concern about whether or not students or a student was subjected to some kind of conduct that was perhaps questionable and perhaps causes the district concern about whether we have an issue there or a problem there, the administration needs to make that clear to the board, because you, as the ultimate decision-making body for this district, are supposed to ultimately act as the decision makers about what to do in these situations. And so what you have before you is enough information to trigger a process, or at least for you to consider triggering a process. So that process is what you're being presented with here. So administration doesn't have the authority to do this on its own or to make a definitive decision. All it can do is make a recommendation, as it's supposed to under the statutory process. Then you as a board have to decide whether or not you want to initiate the process that's being recommended under the circumstances. Granted, you don't have all the facts because you haven't even heard from the witnesses themselves. That's the point of having a process, so that you can really kind of hear for yourselves what indeed happened.
Okay. Hearing no other further questions, we have a motion to accept the administration's recommendation and issue a notice of proposed non-renewal of a Chapter 21 term contract for Patricia Kenyon, as listed and discussed in closed session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining?
That's majority.
Carries.
Yes, sir.
Motion carries. So this means that the process begins.
Right. And so at some point the teacher will get notice that the process will begin if she wishes to invoke it, and if she wishes to have a hearing in front of this board, she will have that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ponick. Okay. With that, yes, sir. Okay, with that, we have a lot to cover tonight. We're going to go with item G, board G1, board recognitions and introductions for June, and then we're going to go to the go back to C, public hearing for tax rate. So with that, if anybody wants to leave real quick, otherwise, Dr. Flores, Mr. Kudu.
Yes. At this time, we do have recognitions for this month, so I will call up our Executive Director for Communications and Community Services. We'll have Jenny Lacoste Caputo. So please lead us through this item. Thank you, Ms. Caputo.
Yeah, I will. Think we're good? Good evening, trustees, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores. It's always my pleasure to introduce some of our outstanding staff and community members and tell you about some of their impressive accomplishments. If the trustees and Dr. Flores could please join us here in front of the dais, we'd appreciate it. We're going to start with soccer tonight. The United Soccer Coaches, along with the association's High School Coaches Advocacy Group, honors 31 coaches from across the United States who represent the true heart and soul of character-first coaching. This year, the organization chose one of Stony Point High School's finest as a coach of significance in recognition of how he uses his coaching position to teach life lessons and provide opportunities to develop outstanding young people. Please join me in welcoming Stony Point High School head soccer coach Winston Poole. And Stony Point High School's principal is Anthony Watson, and our district's athletic director is Dwayne Wyrick. Oh. There we go.
If you guys will look
right
over
here,
please. On 3, 1, 2, and 3. Ready? One more time. 1, 2, and 3.
Congratulations, Coach. Next up, the Texas Association of School Business Officials Emerging Leaders Program is designed to give new leaders the opportunity to hone their skills and build confidence in their leadership style and communication skills in order to be successful in managing their careers, teams, and community relationships. The program runs for 7 months, and each cohort is capped at 24 participants. 2 Round Rock ISD staff members recently successfully completed this rigorous program. Please join me in welcoming Purchasing Manager Danny Pullman. And Wendy Randall also completed the program, but she was unable to join us this evening. Director of Purchasing and Materials Management is Jamie Spiegel. So let's welcome Danny. Danny not here. Okay, Danny's not here, but we'll get him his certificate. Texas Energy Managers Association is a professional association for those responsible for energy management in Texas public school entities. In May, Round Rock ISD's Energy Management Department was presented with TEMA's Energy Program of the Year for 2018 at the TEMA Conference in Waco. Round Rock ISD has 5 accredited Texas Energy Managers and 1 Master Texas Energy Manager, which is more than any other district in the state. There are currently only 2 Master Texas Energy Managers in the entire state. One of those, David Hodebeck, Round Rock ISD's Director of Maintenance. Please join. Though he told me he can't make it cooler in here, but that's okay. Please join me in welcoming members from the Energy Management team who are here with us this evening. David Hodebeck, Glenn Roden, Assistant Director of Maintenance, Israel Nunez, Technician 2, Joey Mancias, Technician 2, Kevin Simchick, Energy Management Technician, Rachel Gassimi, Energy Management Specialist, and Lisa Marie Ingalls, Energy Management Specialist. Welcome, team. And their fearless leader is Terry Wooster, Chief Operations Officer.
Get in the middle for a photo, please. Alrighty, if you guys will look over here, please, on 3. On 1, 2, and 3. Great, thank you.
Jolie Johnson Elementary STEAM Academy and Round Rock and McNeil High Schools were named Project Lead the Way Distinguished Schools for the 2018-19 school year. This year, only 14 elementary schools were recognized and 9 high schools received this distinction in the entire state of Texas. Both McNeil and Jolie Johnson have a history of earning achievements for their efforts in the Project Lead the Way program. This is the 3rd consecutive year that McNeil has earned the distinction and the 2nd year for Jolie Johnson. The Project Lead the Way Distinguished School program is designed to honor campuses that have displayed proven commitment to increasing student access, engagement, and achievement to the Project Lead the Way programs. The recognition reflects the dedication of students and staff to embody Round Rock ISD's commitment to serving the whole student and developing their ability to problem solve and find unique solutions that can be applied in real-world environments. Please join me in welcoming from McNeil High School, I believe Heidi Kalla is here, and Round Rock High School Principal Matt Groff. And I'm not sure if we have anybody from Jolie Johnson. Get in the middle.
And get you
In
right
the middle.
Alrighty. On 3, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. More national distinctions for Round Rock ISD schools. 9 Round Rock ISD schools received the Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase Schools Award for the 2018-19 school year from the Flippin Group. This award recognizes campuses that have proven to focus on campus culture and support emotionally safe environments. According to the Flippin Group, Capturing Kids' Hearts is a transformative initiative for campuses to become an emotionally safe and relationally connected place for students, staff, and parents. As part of the Capturing Kids' Hearts program, teachers and staff learn processes to connect students with their peers and adults on campus and create classrooms where students are excited to enter and learn every day. A Flippin Group team visited each nominated campus to gather data and to interview students, teachers, administrators, and parents. They used a matrix of key measurements to gather information during the campus walkthroughs. Finally, an additional survey was conducted to collect feedback regarding the perceived climate and culture of the campus and its conduciveness to learning. Following their visit, the selection team reviewed all data and selected the campuses to receive the Capturing Kids' Heart National Showcase Schools Award. Please join me in welcoming Trinae Allen from Anderson Mill Elementary, Deborah Vasquez and Kathleen Murray from Berkman Arts Integration Academy, Penny Oates from Callison Elementary, Amy Jacobs from Forest North Elementary, Jessica Schock from Old Town Elementary, Shanna Stockton from Voight Arts Integration Academy, and Eliza Gordon from Wells Branch Arts Integration Academy, and Brenda Agnew from Walsh Middle School. Union Hill Elementary was also a national winner. I'm not sure if we have anybody from Union Hill, but wanted to mention that. Also, this is the 3rd year in a row that Voight, Union Hill, and Forest North received the award, and the 2nd year for Wells Branch.
All right, if you guys want to scoot, just kind of spread out a little bit more. A couple steps this way. Okay, if you guys will look over here on 3, please. 1, 2, and 3. We'll do one more. 1, 2, and 3.
Congratulations. And before we move on to our special recognition, in the vein of the Cobbler's Children Have No Shoes, I don't have a certificate for this, but I did want to point out, and I want to recognize my team, Communications and Community Relations, at the Texas School Public Relations Association Conference earlier this year. Round Rock ISD's Communications and Community Relations team earned an impressive 11 gold recognitions, 4 silver, and 1 bronze. The awards were for excellence in photography, writing, video production, e-newsletters, marketing campaigns, and digital and print advertisements. So you can see we're a triple threat. They're multi-talented on my team. TSPRA also awards a Best in Category from the gold winners. We received 3 Best in Category and had the opportunity to represent Round Rock ISD on the TSPRA stage. The Best in Categories included Video General Interest. That's for that wonderful 2018 graduation video that Dr. Flores loves to show so much and elicits such emotion. Published news release and writing, and the writing was for the story A Heartbeat Away about 2 Cedar Valley Middle School coaches who saved a student's life. So we appreciate that we have these wonderful stories to tell as well. We were also a finalist in the most prestigious category, the Platinum Award for our Community Education Integrated Marketing Campaign. So I just wanted to recognize my team for that. And now our special recognition. We want to recognize Partners in Education Foundation. The Round Rock ISD Partners in Education Foundation is presenting Round Rock ISD a symbolic check for the more than $680,000 that represents the amount of money the foundation raised to support programs in the district during just this school year. The foundation has also secured over $100,000 in in-kind donations and more than 1,100 community volunteers to support various programs and fundraising events. Over the past 19 years, the foundation has donated over $5.5 million in support to the district. I think that right there is worth applause. I have a little more to say, but... The Partners in Education Foundation encourages academic excellence in Round Rock ISD by providing funds for innovative academic programs and avenues for businesses and community members to enhance the education process. The foundation also develops and allocates resources to Round Rock ISD to enrich and maximize the quality of education for all students through funds for innovative academic programs, acknowledging and rewarding exemplary teaching, excellence in education grants, scholarships, and school supplies for the back-to-school celebration in partnership with the district, Round Rock Police Department, Round Rock Police Foundation, and the Round Rock Express. Marianne Reap is the Executive Director for the Partners in Education Foundation, and Lisa Cobble is the Partners in Education Foundation Board President, and Lisa is finishing her 3-year term. She will remain very involved, but she has just been an absolute excellent president, and we appreciate her service. Please join me in welcoming the following Partners in Education Foundation Board Directors and staff who are here to present the check. Lisa Cobble, President and PI Board Member, a community leader. Jaime Alanese, past president, board member representing State Farm. Trent Overall, vice president, PI board member from Herb Jones. Keith Hickman, PI board member, KH Architecture. Josh Gonzalez, PI board member, Randolph Brooks Federal Credit Union. Kate Miller, PI board member, community leader. Jen Griffith, future PI board member representing the PTA Council. And Melissa Schmalbach, PI Marketing and Fundraising staff member. Also Gilbert Zavala, board member representing the Austin Chamber, and Kelly Moreno, PI board member representing Airmark. Thank you again.
Okay, alrighty, if you guys will look over here. Just a little bit, please. Okay, on 3. So we get 1, 2, and 3. One more time, please. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you again to the PI Foundation. You can be seated. Yeah, we have some new principals to introduce, but you can take your seat for that, board members and Dr. Flores. First, we'll be announcing the new principal for Callison Elementary. With more than 20 years of experience in education, Penny Oates most recently served as the assistant principal at Bluebonnet Elementary School since 2017. Prior to that, she was an instructional coach for the district. Penny moved to Texas 5 years ago from Ohio, where she taught both middle and elementary school grades and serves as an assistant principal at Hiltonia Middle School in Columbus, Ohio. Penny earned both a master's in educational administration and a bachelor's in elementary education from The Ohio State University. She is a proven leader who is highly skilled at engaging stakeholders and building a positive learning environment for students and focused on collaboration and creating a shared vision for success. Please join me in welcoming Penny.
Good evening, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and board members. I would be remiss before I begin if I did not acknowledge our staff members that came from Callison to also help receive the Capturing Kids Hearts Award that we just accepted just a few minutes ago. So I wanted to acknowledge them coming out for that, so I appreciate it. I'm honored to stand before you this evening as the new principal of Callison Elementary. As I've begun to meet one-on-one with staff members at Callison, some overarching themes have already begun to shine through. The community of Callison Elementary is proud of who they are, and they're proud of what they're doing. They truly value the house system and available enrichment opportunities and are eager for this work to evolve into its next steps. More importantly, Callison teachers speak passionately of how they are dedicated to ensuring that all students feel safe, cared for, and supported. I'm privileged to have most of my immediate family here with me tonight. My oldest son is in Connecticut serving in the U.S. Navy. I wanted to share that a value that we emphasize in the Oates family is to live life with intention. We emphasize paying attention to how we spend the days and years of our lives And in these days and years, we know that we have a responsibility to serve others. I'm excited to join the work at Callison, knowing that I am working with a staff of people committed to similar ideals. These ideals are wrapped in dreams of what the staff sees as the next steps to grow the work at Callison. I thank the many Round Rock family members who have supported my path here as an instructional coach, as a Rockstar team member, as an assistant principal, and as a Team 1 member. And I thank the many pivotal people in my life and career prior to my move to Texas, beginning with my first principal, Michael Oshab, who told me during my first year of teaching in 1993 that I should start on my master's degree in educational administration right away. I thank Dr. Flores and the board for your belief in and your support of the next steps for Callison Elementary. As a person who truly commits to living life with intention, I commit to lead Callison with bravery, with vision, with inclusivity, with integrity, and with compassion. Thank you.
Next, it's my honor to introduce to you the new principal for Wells Branch Arts Integration Academy, Eliza Gordon. Eliza Gordon has served the Anderson Mill Elementary staff as assistant principal since 2016. Prior to joining Round Rock ISD, Eliza held positions of bilingual reading specialist and instructional coach and elementary bilingual teacher in Austin ISD. She is a graduate of the district's Team 1 leadership program, which provides aspiring principals with professional development to develop the skills needed in the campus principal role, and is a member of the district's Equity Task Force. Eliza embodies what it means to be an effective leader who collaborates with her entire campus community to establish a culture for success for all students. Please join me in welcoming Wells Branch Arts Integration Academy Principal Eliza Gordon.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Flores, President Chadwell, Board of Trustees. I'm Eliza Gordon, and I'm honored, humbled, and so excited to serve as the principal and lead learner of Wells Branch Elementary Arts Integration Academy. In my 3 years as an administrator here in Round Rock ISD, I have grown tremendously from the support and encouragement of many incredible leaders, especially my former principal, Trinae Allen. I am so grateful to all of them, and I am looking forward to continuing to learn and grow with the Wells Branch community. I am passionate about providing every child with what they need to thrive in our world today. And I know that when we do this, we are ensuring that each of our students has equitable access to a world-class education. I know that through the arts integration experiences that are part of daily life at Wells Branch, we are providing all of our students with opportunities that can open doors, hearts, and minds. As I begin the process of learning and listening at Wells Branch, I am eager to get to know the community and to build a collective vision around academic and social and emotional excellence for every explorer. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve Wells Branch, to serve the McNeil Learning Community, and to serve Round Rock ISD. I look very forward to welcoming you to our campus very soon, and muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
And hot off the presses, just announced today, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the new principal for Old Town Elementary School, Jessica Schock. Jessica most recently served Round Rock ISD as the assistant principal of Old Town Elementary since 2015 and as summer school principal since 2018. Prior to her assistant principal role, Jessica served as a behavior interventionist, special education, and third grade teacher in Round Rock ISD and first grade teacher in Pflugerville ISD. She has more than 15 years of experience as an educator. Jessica is a graduate of the district's Team 1 leadership program, which provides aspiring principals with professional development to develop the skills needed in the campus principal role. She earned her master's in educational administration from Lamar University and a bachelor's in interdisciplinary studies and literature from the University of Houston Clear Lake. Jessica is a strong leader who believes in collaborating to ensure campus goals are best aligned and supported to meet the needs of students, campus staff, and the community. And there is no question she'll continue to lead the Old Town community on the path of success. Please join me in welcoming Jessica Schott.
Good evening, President Chadwell, trustees, and Dr. Flores. It is a great honor to stand here tonight before all of you as the newly named principal of Old Town, where I have proudly and humbly served for the last 4 years as the assistant principal. I will never take anything for granted as a public educator, and I do believe and will always believe that public education is the best education any student can ever get. And so I stand before you so thankful for the opportunity. I'm excited about our staff that's so dedicated and committed to our students, our community that truly believes that Old Town is the best place to be, and the students that fill my bucket every day when I walk in the doors. And so again, I just look forward to working alongside you, and I'm very blessed for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, board members, we're done with agenda item G1, board recognition. So now we're going to go back to agenda item C1, public hearing. Proposed 2019-2020 budget and tax rate. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want, before I turn it over to Dr. Oddix, I want to applaud the efforts of our department led by Dr. Oddix with finance and also with HR and some other things that throughout the district. A lot of thought and preparation, and even at the last minute with the overview of HB3 and its final interpretations and so forth. So tonight, we're happy to present this budget hearing tonight from a continuation that started in January. So with that, Dr. Oddix.
Thank you, and good evening, President Chadwell, members of the board, and Dr. Flores. Tonight marks the culmination of a 6-month budget development process. I want to start by thanking the board for the considerable amount of time they've invested in this budget development process. And I also want to thank all of the staff members who worked together as a team to create these budgets. Specific to my team, I'd like to recognize Rosanna Guerrero, Rhonda Rohde, Wayne Curry, and Alicia Parker, who are heavily involved in the budget process, as well as Annette and Kristen Gray and their HR team. Those are two big teams that it's important to work together to create this budget process. So this is kind of the last chapter of the story tonight. So I'm going to start on page 2 of the presentation, sort of going through the rearview mirror, in that we've had, starting with board meetings since January 24th, we've had 4 board workshops as well as 3 PIB meetings. The process began on January 24th. The first budget rendition that came to the board had a $20 million budget deficit, and that didn't include any pay raise for staff. The next one on March the 14th, we reduced that deficit from a $20 million shortfall to a $9 million shortfall, but again, that didn't have any pay raises for staff in that. Then next at the June 6th meeting, we presented a balanced budget that included a 3.5% across-the-board raise to staff, as well as market adjustments specific to the 0 to 5 year teacher category. And so that was that meeting. We're now on the June 20th, the final meeting, and be seeking board adoption of the budget later tonight. In terms of the board actions, in the second kind of box in May, the board approved the initial compensation plan that, like I said, included the 3.5% across the board wage, with the understanding that subject to how what happened with the legislature, we might be having to come back, depending upon the requirements of that legislation, might have to come back to the board for a revised compensation plan. That, in fact, is what we're here tonight, and Annette will discuss that in more detail here in a second. Also tonight, we'll be asking the board to adopt the 2019 budgets for general fund, food service, and debt service. And after Annette finishes her portion, she'll give it back to me, and I'll go through the numbers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Annette, and she will talk through what's happened as a result of House Bill 3.
All right, thank you so much, Board. We're excited to be here tonight. First of all, I just want to thank you so much for the 3.5% that you approved earlier. That allowed us to raise our teacher starting salary by $3,300 and put us at the top around this area, and it allowed us to recruit and hire. And I'm happy to report, as of today, we have already hired 360 of our new teachers for next year. So that is exciting news. And we, on average, hire about 400 to 450. So we're well ahead of the game. So we're super excited about that. I also want to say that we're here tonight, like we said, to propose a new recommendation, and I'll let Kristen walk through that in here in a moment. When we got all the news from House Bill 3, we were excited to be able to go ahead and propose another recommendation for an impactful increase in our salary. So we're super excited about that. I do want to remind again, and thank you so much again for the 3.5%, and we're going to get into all the details here in a little bit. But if you remember that 65% of our new hires from last year had 0 to 5 years experience. And so that was why it was so important that we had raised our salary increase, and especially that starting salary, the way we did. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kristen Gray, who's our Associate Director for Human Resources as well as Compensation. And we worked again with Cindy Clegg from TASB, so a shout out to Cindy for helping us get all this put together.
Thank you, Annette. President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. We'll jump right in here. The revisions that we're proposing this evening related to the House Bill 3 language is specific to what we have presented on this slide, and that's talking about prioritizing differentiated compensation for teachers with more than 5 years of experience. And so in working with Cindy at TASB and reading the new information from TEA and other TASB information that's been published, we do have a recommendation for this evening. The bill doesn't specify any specific amounts or percentages. However, they are asking for districts to prioritize that differentiated compensation for teachers with more than 5 years. So this slide is showing what was adopted on May 16th under the 3.5% model. The teachers, we did increase that starting salary. For this school year, it was $46,000, so we raised it substantially due to our low placement in the local area. So we've raised it to $49,300. That option also included an $1,800 general pay increase to teachers. And also in this particular plan, because we raised the entry-level salary for teachers, we had to do some adjustments to years 1 through 10, to alleviate some compression adjustments there. And we'll show a specific example here in a little bit. Counselors, we increased the salary to $52,600 with a $2,212 general pay increase. And then we had the TASB recommendations for technology and instructional and business exempt, and we did a 3.5% of midpoint for that group, as well as the hourly staff. And then you also approved a $1.57 increase for our operations support groups with a minimum rate now of $12 per hour. And then we had a $3 raise for bus drivers and hire as well, and for that market adjustment. So under the House Bill 3 adoption, what we are looking at for teachers, librarians, and registered nurses is to keep the starting salary at $49,300. Eligible employees then with 1 to 5 years of experience will receive an increase that ranges from $3,200 to $3,600 per year based on 187 days. And teachers with 6 years or more of experience will receive a $4,300 general pay increase. For counselors and licensed professionals, that starting salary will remain at $52,600. Again, the same model, so eligible employees with 1 to 5 years will receive a $3,630 increase based on a duty calendar of 190 days, and 6 years and more will receive a $4,824 general pay increase. The instructional exempt group, because there is the educator career pathway model, for this group of employees, this includes positions such as instructional coaches, instructional technology specialists, assistant principals. That pay structure is tied to the teacher pay scale, and so because we've made adjustments to the teacher pay scale, we need to make some additional adjustments to these employees to, again, ensure we don't create compression issues. So for this slide, we wanted to provide an example of kind of what the teacher salary schedule looked like per what was approved at the May 16th board meeting. That's on the left side of the slide. So at that time, again, we talked about raising the starting salary to $49,300, and in the red box highlights those 1 to 10 years of adjustments that we made to deal with the compression of raising that starting salary. So as you look at the increases for all those years of experience, it averages out to about 6%. That was what was approved last month. And then everybody from 11 years and higher received the general pay increase of $1,800. The $1,800 is based on taking a 3.5% of the teacher market median salary for this area of Texas. And so that averaged out to 3.27 for a percentage increase. So now I will draw your attention to the right side of the graph. After the adoption of House Bill 3, you can see the salary for entry level has remained at $49,300, and we're focusing here with the red box, looking at 1 through 5, and that's where you can see the range of increases going from $3,200 to $3,600. That averages out to 7%, so those employees would see an average of a 7% pay increase. And then 6 years and higher is where we're doing the differentiation per the bill. And that will involve a $4,300 raise for teachers, which averages out to 8%. So the bottom line, as far as estimated costs, we have the 3.5% that was approved last month at a little over $14 million. The changes are on the line items for teachers, counselors, and instructional exempt. And once you do the adjustments there, it's an estimated cost of $21 million for a cost difference of roughly $7 million. These figures are based on salary only, it doesn't include benefits. There are some grant-funded positions in these numbers, but it is salary only. And we can entertain any questions that you may have.
Board members, Ms. Vessa.
So how many additional dollars did we get from HB3, and what percentage of those dollars is going to be used for these salary increases?
Dr. Audix.
So we got approximately $24 million out of House Bill 3, and so we're literally between the $22 million fully burdened, it's a little over a $22 million pay increase, as well as we're covering $2 million of the expected increase in medical costs so that the employees' premiums don't go up. So literally the $24 million we're getting, we've put all into employees' salaries and medical coverage.
Well, I just want to say that I'm super excited because all along at previous meetings I've been talking about the importance of making sure that our more senior employees got a bigger raise, a reason to stay in this field, that we were showing that we appreciated them. So I'm super excited about this change. I had talked to Kenneth because I was a little nervous about using every dollar we got for compensation. I'd always been nervous about that back throughout this whole HB3 process, and as the pay raise evolved throughout the process. I'm excited that in this particular model we're able to give a pay raise to all our employees, because I think that there's a need for that. Not that initially in the legislation it was just a very small group of people that would see a pay raise, and this is everyone in our district, and I think that's merited. But I also wanted to talk about how can we we're using all the additional funds we're getting. We have a deficit which likely won't be realized, but for next year, how do we anticipate giving any more pay raises as we go forward? Because when we get the $24 million, it's not like next biennium they increment it for inflation or anything like that. They'll give us additional dollars for new students, but beyond that, we won't get any additional dollars. So how do we sustain these pay raises and have another pay raise next year with the cost of this particular pay raise.
And if it's okay, I'd like to answer that in the context, like when you get done with the Annette questions, I'll cover that ground when I go through the budget presentation with you, if that's okay.
And I can speak to just part of it. I mean, part of it, what we're doing across the district is we have efficiency teams that we're looking at middle school, elementary, high school, and even department-wise. And so we're really looking at how we're staffed and how efficient that is. So depending on what comes of that, which we will know all of the results by December, that will help guide us with our staffing, and that could change how much monies we have allocated towards staff as well.
Do we have any outside support in that effort? Because I know that the legislature also passed it. I mean, I'm not saying, they said that if we raise our tax rate, we'd have to have an efficiency study. Obviously, we're not talking about raising the tax rate, but the importance of the efficiency study was outlined in that legislation. So are we getting, is this just an internal? Do we have any external help for that?
Well, we had external help 2 years ago as far as the Gibson study, which we talked to you all about previously. And so some of the work from that, of course, is being studied. All of the work from that is being studied by these efficiency teams. So it started with that. Now it is an internal process.
Okay. Any other comments, questions right now? Board members? Okay. With that, I think that's it for now. So we're either done with the agenda item C1, public hearing on proposed 2019-2020 budget tax rate. So,
That was just part of it. I don't think we're done.
oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. You got. I was trying to go quick.
He's been excited. He says all day long, I've got a great story to tell, so tell your story, Kenneth.
Been working on the story for 6 months, kind of want to tell it. You know?
Oh, this is the important one right here. You're right. I'm sorry.
All right. So, and I'm not going to. We've covered this ground a lot and literally met with, other than Trustee Math, who's been on the road this week, met with each of the board members individually this week. So I'm not going to go line by line, but I just want to hit the highlights of the budget. So starting on page 3 of the presentation. On the current year tax collections, one of the things of House Bill 3, it compressed the tax rate by 7 cents. So the tax rate on the M&O side is going down from $1.04 to 97 cents. Values went up about 5.7%. So Wayne Curry ran numbers today, literally for the average homeowner, given that your values went up, but the tax rate is going down. The average homeowner, kind of for the first time that I can remember, their M&O tax cost is actually going to go down. It's like a $12 decrease, so the lowering of the tax rate actually outpaces the increase in the property value. So on the M&O side, it's good news for for our taxpayers there. In terms of the other local revenue going up, that's due to the higher interest rates. State revenue is reflective of what House Bill 3 did, which was increase the basic allotment from $51.50 to $61.60. But at the same time, it moved us from using prior year values to current year values, and then also we're adding 1,000 students next year. And then on line number 9 with the TRS, that increased due to the proposed pay raise that Annette and Kristen just spoke with you about. On the expense side, the biggest differences between the last presentation and tonight is, like HR just referred to on line number 17, the salary increase that went up from the previous presentation by $7.4 million, fully burdened. The next line item on the medical, the $2 million that we're budgeting to cover the expected cost of medical premiums increasing so that the employee's contribution doesn't have to change. And then on line 19, the last time we met, the board asked to break out a specific line showing what we currently spend and what we're proposing to spend on mental health services. So the 18-19 budget was $9.7 million. Proposed budget is about a $600,000 increase over the current budget. That reflects pay raises, medical contribution increases, as well as the proposed mental health initiative that we previously talked with the board about. So that brings total salary and benefits to $396 million. The total allocations on line 29 didn't change from last time. Line 32, there is no recapture because the House Bill 3 increased the basic allotment, so that's a good thing. And so our total expenses are $446 million, which leads to a proposed deficit of right at $7.4 million. which is 1.6% of our operating budget. So that obviously, to Trustee Bessa's question, where does that kind of put us? So wanted to give context in what's been our reality. So what you see on this next page and on the slide that's up is starting with the budget. Over the last 4 years, what has been the budget that was adopted by the board? So in 15-16, it was a balanced budget. The next 3 years, the board has adopted a deficit budget in each of the last 3 years. When you compare that to what's actually happened for us as a district, if you go to the next section where it has actual and forecasted results, the first bolded line of net income, you see that we made money in 15-16. Then initially, just at a rough glance, you'd say, well, we lost money in 16-17. We lost again in 17-18. But this is one of the things that's important, and we've had a lot of conversation with the board, and it's in the action item for the board tonight to move us to where we stop running capital costs through our operating costs, that we're truly showing what was our true operating cost. So, for example, in 16-17, where initially if you just looked at the net income, you'd say, well, we lost $10 million. But when you look at the next line of capital project cost, but we spent $13.9 million on capital projects that weren't an operating cost. So if you netted that out, we really would have made $4.1 million that year. So in the last 4 years, the only time we've lost money on a true operating basis was in 17-18, where we lost 4.9. Okay. But if you go to the next line in terms of context, what was the relationship between what we budgeted to do and what we actually did after adjusting for capital? In each of the last 4 years, we've beat our budget by at least $10 million. Okay. So, and it's anywhere from a 2.4 to a 4.1% better than budget. So in terms of context, okay, we're asking the board to approve a $7.4 million budget deficit. But in the last 4 years, we've always beat our budget by at least $10 million. So that alone says the odds are good that we won't actually realize a loss this next year. When we're here next year at this time, I don't expect us to have a loss. And if I just stop talking right there, I think we'd be good. The next layer to this is, given that House Bill 3, this is the first time, I've been doing this for about 10 years, I've never been at this stage of the game where there hasn't been an OMARS model, which all the CFOs use to forecast out revenue. There's never been a time that OMAR didn't have a model that said, okay, plug in your numbers, your kid counts, all that sort of thing, and here's your estimated revenue. That model isn't fully completed due to all the changes that House Bill 3 has created. So what I've done this week is literally taken OMAR's model as far as it would go and then did side math. For example, CCMR is that funding, which is a new thing. There's safety and security. Both of those things, okay, do side math on that of additional income that's not in the model right now. So anyway, that's still a work in progress. But in terms of what are the odds, I'd say our odds are better, that we'll do better than our budgeted revenue for right now. So I think, in terms of this year, even in adopting a deficit budget, I think we'll realize a positive number on the bottom line when we finish 19-20 on a go-forward basis, just like Annette said. For me, and like I've told board members several times, efficiency never stops. I mean, we're drawing an artificial line of saying, okay, for this point in time, for these 12 months, how are we doing? But every day we're going to be getting up and saying, how can we make our operations more efficient than they were before? And you reap what you sow. If you keep at it, keep asking the questions, keep always asking, is there a better way? Is there a better way? I just know from experience you get better if you never stop trying to get better. So that's where our head is at. That's what we're trying to do as a district, because literally our reality, 89% of our budgeted cost is people. The way we're going to give a pay raise next year, the state's not going to give us $24 million extra money. So if we're going to give a significant raise next year, it's going to be because of the work of the efficiency team and us as a district putting our minds to how do we accomplish that goal. So that's the general fund budget piece. Now, this is the context we've been talking all along in terms of budget presentation. Now that we're to actual budget adoption, now it just legally we have to put these costs and present this in a functional. It's an accounting term, but we have to put things by function. Okay, so here's the revenue page, just at a more there's more detail here than what we've previously talked about. But the total estimated revenue in that far right column of the $438 million. That's the same number that we just previously talked about. Okay, so it's just in more detailed level. On the expense side, these are the expenses broken out at the functional level. I'm not going to go blow by blow, but I'll hit you with some of the main items of movement from the current budget to the proposed budget, starting with function 11, which is where, that's where the teachers reside. So that increase there of $24 million, the drivers there are the significant pay raise that's being proposed, the covering of the medical premium cost. Then we're adding 1,000 students, so there's teachers and additional EAs that are going to be put in the classroom to address that growth. On line 31, which is the guidance, counseling, and evaluation, we're adding 3 counselors, 3 LSSPs. We're also doing the mental health initiative of planning to contract out to cover that need. So that's the main driver there. On function 34, which is student transportation, the board previously approved the $3 an hour raise to drivers to make us competitive. We were at a little over $16. We went up to $19 because, like, for example, Pflugerville's at $20. And we've been chronically short with drivers, so to stay competitive with the market, we raised wages on the student transportation for the drivers and the monitors. And in terms of function 41 with general admin, that increase, we raised the budget for legal by $500,000. We currently are under budgeted there. We increased the budget by $500,000 to be in line with what our run rate is for our legal expenses. It also has pay raises for staff and the medical coverage, as well as adding 10 positions across 6 different departments. So that's the driver of function 41. On Chapter 51, the $1 million increase there is one of the things I shared with the board before, in that, again, one of the things that we're doing different now in the 1920 budget is we're literally putting all of our expected operating costs in function 190 or in Fund 199. So what we didn't have in last year's budget was money for maintenance, to where if something broke during the year or had to be repaired, we were going at fund balance in order to do that project, versus just saying, hey, I don't know where, I don't know when, but the odds are good with a district this size, you're going to have something break, something that's going to need to get repaired. And so we've added $1 million to the maintenance budget to account for that. So that's the driver of that increase. Then on security and monitoring, we've increased that. Williamson County has added officers since last year, and also our contract with Williamson County that took effect this past year increased paying officers from 9 months out of the year to paying their full annual salary. And then the last function section that I'll talk to you about is function 91, which is the Chapter 41 payment. Like the past year, we paid 32 or budgeted $32 million. There's 0 recapture in the proposed budget. So total expenses are $446.3 million, which, when you compare that against the revenue, that leads to the $7.4 million budget deficit on the general fund side. On the food service side, nothing has changed since the last presentation. Revenue is up due to that we're not changing the meal price, but we are adding 1,000 students, so it's expected revenue from the additional kids eating. So total revenue at $20.9 million, total expense at $20.9 million. So we've got a balanced budget on the food service fund. Then finally on the debt service fund, which is what we use to repay our bonds. We're not changing that tax rate. It'll remain at 0.2648 cents per $100 of property value. Given the raise in property values, the total revenue there in the shade in the middle is $104.4 million. We make, on the expense side, we make semi-annual principal and interest payments. One payment is made on February 1st, the other on August 1st. So the total of those payments is $102.8 million. So that's what we're taking in enough money to pay our debt service next year. And so those are the three. That's the quickest way I can cover 3 budgets with you, but we've talked about it a long time, so open it up to any other questions you might have.
Okay, Mr. Math.
Thank you for the presentation. I know we've talked quite a bit about efficiencies, and that's great. When I look at the $446 million of expenses, does that include any benefit for expected efficiencies, or would all efficiencies accrue to the benefit fully.
Right. They would accrue to the benefit. The only, like, one of the things that we changed that's not really an efficiency, but it's a movement of cost. Like when you look at the food service budget, the last two expense line items there of the $1.1 million and the $520,000, we changed from a shared operating cost where last year we budgeted, we moved $700,000 of cost from the general fund over to food service. Now we're moving the true, all of the operating costs that we can quantify and have cleared with our auditors. There's literally $1.6 million worth of shared operating costs. So by moving that over to food service, we can balance the food service budget, but also bring roughly another $900,000 over to the general fund side to help us. But to your point, the efficiency team has met one time. It's had the initial meeting. That work between now and the expectation of that group is by December to bring forward what's their recommendation, because truly for us 89% of our cost is people. To move the needle on that is going to take those heads coming up and just literally, okay, every position type of thing, what say us collectively, can we do it better? If 100 people from a given position left in a given year, hey, can we do that with 90, 95, 99? Can we do it with less than what we've had? Because every time we can, it's A times B. If we've got fewer A, we can give a bigger B to everybody.
Yeah, you answered my question. I just didn't know whether or not we have to get $2 million of efficiency just to hit that number.
Right,
but it sounds like we're starting from bedrock.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, Ms. Vess and then Ms. Weir.
I have two items that I wanted to talk about. I know that the first one was we talked a little bit about the additional costs in admin. Could you go over what we talked about briefly and also explain a little bit more on the legal, because we didn't talk about that?
Okay. And so on the legal piece, and that was literally been a busy week kind of thing, but the legal is simply this: what we budgeted legal for this year, we've done previous budget amendment to fund the fact that we under budgeted our legal cost. And so the fact that our legal bill this year is round numbers $500,000 more than what we had in the current 18-19 budget, and we're expecting that run rate to continue. We're adding $500,000 to the 19-20 budget, just so that we have the budgeted funds there to cover what we truly expect our legal expenses to be. So that's the answer to that piece.
What's driving those cost increases?
And I'll defer to Sandra if she wants. I don't have the granularity of that. That's her world. But
before she comes over, what is their total budget then? Is it $1 million? Is it $1.5 million for legal?
I don't know what the total budget is.
Rosanna, can you look that up?
So while they're looking for it, what has happened, what the process was this year, you all may remember, we sat down with trustees and looked at the board, at the actual cost of legal fees, and we went over a 10-year window based on your request, and we pulled that information, and we went and we looked at sort of the ebb and flow of what the legal fees have been over this time period. And basically, with Kenneth's process of how he wanted to make sure that the actual budget reflected what the costs were, then that's how we ended up coming up with what the amount of the budget should have been. So there are any number of things that affect legal fees. Sometimes it is just the number of people. We have the number of increased, for example, due process hearings that we get in special education. Sometimes it's the increased number of grievances that go to level 3 hearings. And so when we have more level 3 hearings where the administration has counsel and the board has counsel, then you're going to be paying those legal fees for that purpose. When we have more cases that are actually going to hearing in non-renewal cases, those cases you're going to incur legal fees for the purposes of paying for the attorneys who are sitting with the board. You have to pay for the cost of the court reporter that's going to be present, and the expenses of creating, as we talked about before, creating the record that's necessary to put that case and put that hearing on. So the legal fees really, they're fluid, and it depends on what's going on. So in addition, we had some costs for legal fees this year, right, because of the legislative session. and the district hired a lobbyist. For a couple of years, we've incurred the additional cost that were associated with the expenses for the phone calls that were made and the services that were provided by the lobbyist, because those were billed based on services rendered. And so it really depends on any number of those things that certainly impact the bottom line for how much the legal services bills have been. And previously, what has been happening in past times is that the budget has been lower, and then there was just a process of going back and asking for it. Kenneth's process in transparency with the district, as he's pointed out, is to make sure that we are kind of doing an average of what it really looks like, what we anticipate the cost to be, and putting that actual amount in the budget as opposed to the repeated coming back and requesting additional funds. So that's a short version, sort of the big picture of it. But as you all know, we did, at your request, go back and look at that historical perspective, and that's what we used in order to create this estimate. And those fees are the actual invoices themselves are there and available to kind of take a look at and see how we're spending our money.
Roseanne is right behind you. Do you have the number?
I do, yes. The starting budget for 2018-19 for legal fees was $280,000, and so we've had multiple budget transfers throughout the year, as Dr. Audix and Sandra Carpenter have mentioned. And so, based on the actual expenditures for this year, that's what we added to have that starting budget with that additional $780,000 now.
Yeah, I think
that's what we spent this last year. We spent $780,000 last year.
That's not the total just for legal fees. That was the department allocation. Okay. So that's the entire.
So our department allocation for last year was about $780,000?
For the current year on actual expenditures. The starting point was $280,000.
Okay, so we started it around $280,000, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And then through budget amendments, we got all the way up to $700 and...
We can look at the actual expenditures and give you that for just legal fees, if that's what you're asking for. I have budget information in front of me.
Okay. Does that include the election costs that are budgeted to our office? Or
no, that was separate. Yes.
Okay, I think I have Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Moses.
Real quick on Fund Code 52, Security and Monitoring Services. You said that we we're paying our SROs at a Wilco for 9 months, and we increased that coverage to 12 months. That's why the increase happened. I wasn't real clear on that.
Yeah. So what happened, and I literally, like in researching, because we got this year's bill, and it was significantly bigger than the prior bill. And so what happened between the budget adoption last year and getting the proverbial bill in the mail this year is that the previous board president signed a contract with Williamson County, and the fundamental difference between the previous contract and the new contract, in the old contract, we paid them for 9 months out of the officers' salaries. The new contract said the district's on the hook for paying a full year, like whatever the officer's salary is, we're paying the full 12 months of that salary. And then there was also, I think, and I'm winging it here a little bit, but we added officers. The exact number, I couldn't tell you exactly whether it was 1 or 2, but we added some officers. But then, you had a big increase in that we're paying for 12 months instead of the 9 months for Williamson County. So we pay Williamson County, we pay Round Rock, City of Round Rock, and then we also pay ACC is all embedded in that one budget line item.
Dr. Audix, I'll add as well, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and the board. One of the differences too is this past year, Williamson County, they were really solid in staffing all of our schools all year long. And in the year prior, there were gaps in coverage on certain campuses, and they didn't bill us for the times that officers were not assigned to a campus. And we did have the one additional officer that I think I've discussed individually with the board for this past year as opposed to the year prior.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all your work as well.
Okay, Mr. Moses and then Mr. Math.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I do want to thank you, Kenneth, and Dr. Flores being very available this week for meeting with all of us. I know a lot of us had questions and really taking that extra time. We just really appreciate that. I also want to thank you for adding in the line item for mental health. I think that helps paint a more clear picture of what we're allocating towards that. And I look forward to getting the presentation here in a little bit. But I think, Corey, you started to ask this question. Maybe the 10 positions we're adding across those departments, can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah. So If we need to go granular, I'll have to pull it up on my computer and the actual staff. But the departments that are adding, and I think before I'll even list the departments, I'll just give you, I think it's important to just start with the big picture of what's going on. Okay, we know we're growing. Every year we're adding 1,000 students, all that kind of thing. So more staff, all that sort of thing. We're also past a $500 million bond. And so, one of the areas that's like accounting is adding 2 positions. So here's just sort of perspective. That department, and just call it my team, hasn't changed staff in the last few years, okay? But we've opened up 4 campuses, and specific to the bond, if you take our bond of, just do simple math, if we've got $180 million that we expect to spend this year in bond, that's all non-payroll, and then there's $50 million worth of general fund money, that's $230 million. So an AP, if I'm the AP person or the AP department, every year that team shows up to work, they've got to process on average $1 million worth of checks coming through, because at that clip we're burning $1 million just on coming through at a minimum, and that's more than that. I mean, before you get into campuses and all that sort of thing, there's over $1 million flowing through there. Then not only does AP have to pay the bill, accountants have to track all of that, get it right in the right bucket, all that sort of thing. So there's, at a certain point, you hit a step function where there's too many numbers flying. You need more staff to handle it. So you have that on the accounting side. Purchasing is adding staff. Again, when purchasing has to say, okay, here's $180 million, well, everything's got to go out to bid. The bids have to get evaluated, bring a proposal to the board. That's a time-intensive, labor-intensive effort in order to do that. So that's what's going on with that. So that's 2 of the departments. Payroll, same kind of thing. We're adding staff every year. You've got more people to pay, and then the other thing, and I don't know if I shared this with every board member that I've talked to this week, but talked about the Munis upgrade that we're going to be doing this coming year. 3 years ago, the district did a conversion, which Tyler Munis is our accounting software, like our financial software. It does all of the software kind of for the district. That was a huge undertaking, and nobody that's ever been through a software conversion ever says, I really like that experience. I'd like to do that again. Had a lot of staff that just said, hey, thank you, but I don't want to do this anymore kind of thing, because it's tremendous hours that are involved in making that happen. Well, we're about to now do a Munis upgrade, which is a year-long process of, we'll still be with Tyler Munis, but that software has got to be upgraded. And that's going to involve, the finance team, business team. A lot of people are going to be involved in that, and that's a whole lot of time that's involved in that. And to me, the thing that we did last time that I don't want us to do again, and I met with all of my team and all the affected players, is that last time when we lived through that experience, bottom line, we were understaffed. We asked too much of our people. I mean, they were here weekends, holidays, all that sort of thing. And so I'll give you this one story as the biggest concern I've got, and why I think staffing, like for payroll, is so important. Our head of payroll, Tanya, she was here till 3 a.m. sometimes doing payroll. Well, I don't want a situation where something is critical, mission critical as payroll. So if at 3 a.m, hey, gee, still isn't right, still can't go, and so any of 6,500 people don't get paid, now you've just fell off the edge of the cliff.
That would be bad.
That would be my word for it. So I don't want to put us in that position where we're overworking people and grinding people out. We literally have a staff person that lived the experience before. Now we're about to do it again. Literally just said, I'm just leaving. I mean, she just retired because doesn't want to live the experience. So what I told all of them is, look, we know what's about to happen. This time I want you to tell me what staff do you need, because you know what's coming. The incremental work is coming and is going to have to be dealt with. I don't want to burn people. I don't want to be in a situation where the wheels came off and people didn't get paid or things didn't happen like they should. So you're either setting yourself up for success or you're setting yourself up for failure. And nobody that I deal with would ever say, hey, Kenneth's a proponent of being overstaffed or anything like that. Everything I talk about, everything we're trying to do is to be efficient. But at the same token, if we need people, I'll get you people. I mean, that's my mindset. If there's a need, then look me in the eye and tell me there's a need, and I'll get you I'll look to cover that need. So that's where we're at in terms of the Function 41 level.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Math and Ms. Bessa.
Okay. This is a Ms. Vieira question. So reflecting back on the numbers that you shared with us, they're really phenomenal, and I think there will be a lot of happy teachers, and certainly $4,300 is really meaningful. We had seen a presentation from you like last month or the month before that showed how we stacked against other districts, both peer districts and local districts. And I realize that the ink is barely dry on this, but do you have any sense whatsoever as to what other districts are doing and how we'll move relatively?
It's hard to tell right now. Everybody is this week and next week, people are voting on their budgets. I will tell you that we've all been kind of watching and figuring out what to do with House Bill 3, and people are making those choices. You probably already saw what Austin did. I don't think that's any news to anybody now that they went 6% for everybody and then 7% for the differential of 6+ years. We're still waiting to hear. We don't really know where starting salaries are with everybody right now. I know that we've already been close. People are watching us to see what we do, and I got a phone call last night. We saw you posted it up there. We're going to try to beat it. So it's nice, friendly competition. But you know what the great news is that all of our teachers are winning from this. So we're super excited about that, even for our whole area. But I don't have the breakdown yet. As soon as we have it, trust me, we'll be happy to share it. I do want to say to thank the board again that the 3.5% raise for our other employees is the highest raise we've had. I think for the last 20 years. 3% is the highest we'd ever done before that too. So everyone in this situation is really winning. So we're very blessed in our district, like you said, that all employees get to have a raise. Hopefully.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. And to Ms. Vessa's comment earlier, basically 100% of the money that we got was poured back into the employees. That's a great story to tell.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Vessa.
So I have several more questions. So I wanted to also talk a little bit about the mental health services and a little bit about our discussion there. In our previous meeting, I had advocated for additional dollars to be to go because we felt like there might be additional need, and we just wanted to make a signal to the community that we were there to meet all the need. In our meeting, we met with the head of counseling, and she gave some light onto some additional constraints that weren't really related to her feeling that there was a need. But does anybody do you want to talk about that, Mandy, what our conversation there, so people can understand why, since I was a huge advocate of additional dollars there, why we're what she said and why we're kind of going with that amount, knowing that there is a greater need than $250,000.
Absolutely, and we do have a presentation later this evening that will go into more depth, but in the interest of time to give the short answer before we get to that, we do seek the opportunity to begin and scale up as the need is determined, and we had a conversation in our meeting about that didn't necessarily even mean the end of next year. Once we have this mental health support on the ground, and as we gauge that and get our processes in place, we'll scale up as quickly as need indicates, and as we're ready. The thing that we want to be very careful about is coordination between this service and our counseling team. We want to be careful about HIPAA. So there are a lot of constraints that we want to make sure we have in place so that we start at a pace that we can sustain later and grow rapidly, but that we do it well. So I think that's the short answer, but you'll see more details about that in the presentation.
So if I were to summarize, what she said was, yeah, we think that there's a lot of need out there, but we don't have the capacity within the department to scale to that need immediately. We have to figure out our processes and get all our ducks in a row before we can scale out. And then once we get that in place, we can scale out. She seemed to be all in support of scaling up and felt that there was a need to scale up. But she looked at me and said, I can't do it. I can't do it that fast. We've never done this before. I don't have all the policies. I want to make sure I do it right. And I'm afraid if I expand too quickly, it will be a bad rollout. So let's start a little smaller, and then scale as quickly as we can, but we want to make sure we do it right and that we have everything in place. So that was really heartening to me that she, like me, saw that there was a great need, but her rationale did make sense to me, that we want to do it right. We want to get all our stuff together before we scale. So another question that I had was, we talk about adding additional money, but instructional leadership subtracted some money. So would you like to talk a little bit about, I don't know if it was efficiencies or whatever, but we went from $7.3 million budgeted to $6.6 million.
Right. And that, I mean, short answer, I can't answer that. There was no cutting there, and I don't know if anyone, I don't know from winging it, if anyone that reports up through that function has the answer to your question. I would have to get back to you on that. There was no reduction of staff that drove that. So whether it was a reclassification to a different function, but I couldn't answer that question.
If you could get that to us at a future point.
Yeah.
So one last thing I wanted to talk about was that you mentioned CCMR. And for those who are not following House Bill 3, you may not know what he's talking about there. So can you talk to us about what CCMR is and what we are looking at in terms of next year, in terms of benefit towards our district from this additional money?
Right. So what came out of House Bill 3 was that CCMR is an acronym for College and Career and Military Readiness. And what the legislature did is said, if the students that graduate that are CCMR ready and they meet a certain requirements, and Kathy Malarba is our expert in terms of what all those requirements are, but in terms of my world of what does that mean in money, Moat Casey's run is roughly $2.4 million. So they did 3 categories of students. There's a special ed category, there's a regular ed student, and then there's one other category. So it's like a $2,000, a $3,000, and a $5,000 range. So at a $3,000 range, which is where most of the kids are going to fall, we're basically talking about the expectation of a little over 800 kids would be the expectation of how many of our kids would meet that requirement. So 800 times the 3,000 is the expectation of $2.4 million of additional funding that we'd receive as a result of CCMR being now something that we would get money for.
But it could be a little bit higher, and if we know that we need about $4 million for 1% pay raise, so there's some additional monies there that could be realized based on our performance this next year.
It's not. The thing is, there's several different dials. So that you have CCMR dial, you have the security dial, which is at $10 a student. That's roughly $500,000 there. You've also got the fact that they started funding, or will start to fund 7th and 8th grade CTE. So there's additional students there, so we'll get funding for those students as well. And so it's those kind of things of each one kind of, okay, how many, you've got a new requirement on CCMR is literally like, okay, how many kids are we talking about? 3 different buckets, how many of them are going to fall in each one of those different funding levels? You've got CTE, you've also got on the compensatory education, there's a weighting for that for students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. There used to be a set allotment for that. They've changed that now into 5 different categories, and so, okay, you've got to figure out how many of those students will fall within 5 different categories that are each funded at 5 different levels. So that's just, when I speak to, there's a whole lot of devil in the details. That's why Omar doesn't have a final model yet, is because all of that's got to be first understood. There's legislative intent, but there's actually, okay, when you're going to put a number, what number do you put where in order to calculate the math?
So what hardens me about that discussion that you just had, though, is that we start with a base of about $24 million, but in reality, we could see additional dollars from this legislation based on how all the things fall, whether we get additional funds from CCMR, or whether, how all these different new weights fall. So that's really exciting, and it's just super exciting to me because we fought so hard. I know many other people fought really hard for us to get, not just us, but all the districts in the state to get additional resources, to give our teachers a raise, to expand to full-day pre-K for at-risk populations, to just do the work that we need to do, but we weren't getting enough funding for, and we fought so hard, and it's just so heartening to see, like, you know, the actual numbers come together and to see what that means. The biggest raise for teachers in 20 years. I mean, most senior teachers getting over all senior teachers getting over a $4,000 pay raise this year, shoring up our benefits. I mean, this is like, we just kind of gloss over it, but this is a big victory day. This is super exciting. We didn't have a Supreme Court case to make this happen. They did it. And so I just want to just say, everyone out there, it was your votes, it was your advocacy that made this possible. Keep going. Let's keep advocating for public education, because that's what happens, is that things change. And this budget is a testament to things changing. And I just want to say, too, that all that money that we're collecting in tax revenue in Round Rock ISD, $0 is leaving our district. All of it is coming and staying here to fund education in our district. And that alone is a huge victory for taxpayers in this district. So, yay.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Ms. Vessa. Ms. Weir.
I think my button wasn't working. I just had one quick follow-up to Mason's questions about the new positions. So if it's for a conversion, are they temporary positions that it will be just for this budget cycle, or
Right.
are you looking?
There's a mixture. There's three of the positions that are coming on that are in the temporary category, and you know, that said, what I'll say is just as a blanket statement on a go forward basis, it's always going to be the case of, you know, look, if a position at any point in time that somebody leaves and you say, you know what, I think we can do it without that position, then, you know, we're always going to be examining, you know, every time we go. But to the short answer to your question, three of the proposed positions are temporary positions that are expected to, hey, we need them because we know we've got this incremental workload of Munis coming on, but they're being hired on as temporary staff.
And how many of the other 7 are working on this conversion?
Well, I'd have to. I don't want to give you a number, and I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'd have to. I can get that to you, like how many specific to are Munis related. But there's 10 in total. There's 3 that are temporary, but several of those are, you know, coming on, and it's. I would say it's not just the Munis factor. It's also the fact of you know, got a $500 million bond that over the next 3 years, you know, every day it's the $1 million of running through AP, or that purchasing has got to create, you know, the bids for, examine the bids, accounting's got to account for it. So there's just a whole lot of incremental work that if you backed up 4 years ago and said, okay, same staff that we woke up with 4 years ago is now being asked to deal with a $500 million bond over the next 3 years, a software conversion, 4 more campuses, you know, a bunch more staff coming on, you know, more campuses to support, all those kind of things. You hit step variables where you've got to have staff in order to handle that load.
And I just had one question about efficiencies. Are we only looking at those positions when someone retires or quits, or are we looking at overall efficiencies?
Yeah. It's going to literally be, you know, and I'm speaking for myself now because it's like we've had one meeting with the collective team, and so I can't speak for, hey, here's the team, you know, I'm not the team spokesperson type of thing, but to me the mindset is literally, look, however we're doing, I mean, pick your area, whether it's instruction, whether it's the accounting side, whether it's purchasing, whatever function, it's whatever we're currently doing as a process and the people that are involved in that process, is that efficient? Or is it, you know what, we could do something different, and maybe instead of 10 people on this team, if this team really just needed 9, but you could take this person, even if they didn't leave the organization, but you said, hey, you've got the skill set, you could go over here and, you know, be on that team, but this team really just needs 9. It's just, in terms of efficiency, it's just that kind of deal. So you want to add on to that?
Sure. So those efficiency teams, like I said, they're elementary, middle, high, and department. And so it's not just looking at staff alone. It's also looking at models, how we put together our schedules, how we service our students. And that's also in our departments as well. In our own department, we reorganized ourselves already as far as the workflow and things like that. So that's what we're looking at across the district. So some of the suggestions that came from the Gibson study, but also we wanted to get the experts, which are our principals or area superintendents, and then of course they will go out and get feedback from teachers and staff or whoever else is involved with whichever piece of that they're looking at. So we did have our first collective meeting together, but we also have leads for every one of those sections, and they are already meeting individually, and then we'll have meetings to where we all come back together again. So that's where we are right now in the process.
And Dr. Flores.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to commend Kenneth and team and the entire, actually all departments, because when I know we're looking at those 10 positions and we're saying, will they be munis only and this, that, the other, but I want to commend everybody, each department, each division, because when you're looking at growth, and growth is always good, and we're one of the districts that continues to grow. There's a lot of districts in the state of Texas that do not grow, and to be this lean with what those position requests will be across the departments, I was actually very happy to see that there was not an exorbitant number of position ads for that. So again, I want to commend each of you.
Okay, I'll make a couple comments here too. Again, we've seen this. We have had 8 meetings this year on this budget. There's a lot going on, of course, with the legislature. We're working with a lot of moving parts. I want to commend the board for insisting that we meet and get the meetings, that we're working with it. I've seen this presentation a few times. Appreciate you setting this up this week and offering all the trustees an opportunity to come in and look at it. I do know that Austin was in the paper a lot. They're raising their teacher salary. Of course, that's again, it goes back to there. And I think Hutto is the one district in our area over there that they're not adopting their budget till August. I ran into James Tallarico's, Representative Tallarico's town hall last week, and the Hutto superintendent and one of their board members was there, and we were talking about adopting. They said they don't do theirs until August. For some reason, they changed it. Anyway, I do want to commend James Tallarico. We were very lucky that in House District 52, as a freshman, he was appointed to the House Public Education Committee, which is rare and he was appointed by, as a freshman, that's very impactful, and carried a lot and reached out to a lot of us here on this board. I know he was reaching out across a lot of people. Certainly, Chairman Hubert, he did a great job. So you're right, it didn't require a Supreme Court ruling or a legal action, which started back with Edgewood or whatever it was 30 years ago, and there's been, 5 or 8 different lawsuits against it. This is a great step in the right direction. I hope we get it fixed going forward, and it's even better. And I know that the payroll thing is very important, and I know that Tyler Muniz, I was here when that transition was going through. It was a very long and laborious process. I think Tanya was one of the first rock stars, as I remember right, and she something about physically brought in the paychecks. So anyway, I heard that's kind of important, paychecks are, so great for doing that. And we don't want to do that again, because I know that if you can outsource any of that with Tyler Muniz, I know they have consultants, and they're consultants over, because Tyler Muniz does all kinds of public entities, and if there's a way to do that, back to the efficiency that were mentioned earlier, so we don't have a staffer full-time. But if I have confidence in you that you're going to get the ratio right of the temporary and permanent. And I know software conversions for this size, and you mentioned AP a couple times. I want to make sure that that's account payable, not assistant principal. So AP is account. So you're saying, $1 million a day. You're writing. This district is writing checks for something on average $1 million a day extra. That's for the bond, the $180 million bond plus the $50 million you mentioned. So it's very important, and that's one of the things that Round Rock has always been very respected on, is its purchasing department, its accounts, its finance department. So again, want to make sure that continues on and with that. Anyway, with that, any further comments? We're not voting on it at this point, so that's where I got mixed up earlier. But anyway, we will vote on it later on. But right now, this is just the hearing. If there's no other further discussion, if there's no other further material, this concludes the public hearing. Right? Okay. And right now, let's see, do we have any comments on this? We have something on the committee I don't think we have, and then equity. No comments on this topic, so no public speakers. So with that, board members, I recommend that we go to the next 2 agenda items, then we take a break. They shouldn't take too long. Is that all right? If we'll go to agenda. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is we'll do the minutes, and then we'll do the public comments, public communications, and we'll take a break. Is that all right?
Perfect.
We have 2 speakers for public communications, so that'll be brief. Is that all right? Okay, let's go to, pardon me? Okay, all right, great. Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the minutes for the board meetings held on May 16th and June 6th, 2019, as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the minutes for the dates presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. All right, now we'll go to agenda item H1, public communications, and this is for items not on the agenda, and we have 2 speakers. First up is Diane Cox. You'll be speaking for a group.
Yes, sir.
The group would please rise.
Some left.
Please.
Some had to leave, so I could adjust to 3, or there's 1 member left in the group.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Trustees, Dr. Flores. As all of you know, my name is Diane Cox, and I spent many years sitting where you are now on this very dais. When I chose not to run in November and retired from this board, I actually never thought I would come back unless there was a district celebration, as the district was a great place. It was rated an A in the accountability system after a focused goal by the board. The district was awarded AP Honor Roll for 2 years in a row. And what that means for those who don't know is underrepresented minorities are not only participating in the AP classes, but they are being successful on their tests. We passed a $508 million bond to address the capital needs in our district, and silent majority clearly spoke to what they wanted for this district in this vote. We received a AAA bond rating again for multiple years, saving taxpayers money in interest rates. We began the process to address the safety and security of our schools when the 2 policing agencies indicated they would no longer be able to accommodate the SRO programs. When the board set a goal to increase our literacy rates, the superintendent responded by adding a full-day pre-K to all Title I schools to make a systemic change that would take. So you can see the district was highly successful and recognized on many fronts. Now to why I am here and why I felt the need to come to speak to you on governance. In doing so, I understand how it feels to sit in your seats and have someone come to this podium and attack you without knowing who you are or what you bring to the table. I'm going to approach this as a lesson in governance instead. First, I would like to publicly thank Trustee Moses for taking the time to attend the 2-day Lone Star Governance training. As some of you know, I tried for several years to get this board to do this training, and we always had a board member who refused. Since the training was designed for the entire governance team, this put the other 6 members who were interested at a disadvantage. I strongly encourage each of you to continue to follow through with your commitments to this training. Governance works like this. When you are presented with a recommendation on things such as mental health program, it isn't exactly what you expected. You turn it back to the superintendent to develop the plan further based on your discussion. You don't pull a number out of the air with complete disregard to the budget and staffing implications. You do not manage the district. You govern over it. An example of how this has worked is when the board received a presentation related to the full-day pre-K at some of our title schools. The board discussed the cost and staffing needs to add the remaining schools, and then after the discussion, the superintendent was given direction to go back, develop a plan, and cover all the schools. This placed the responsibility of redeveloping the plan with all the factors considered: finance, available space, staffing, transportation needs, etc., by the superintendent and his staff, not a random number pulled out of the air by a trustee. It is not my intent to single only one member out, as there are many more examples, and if I had the time, I would address all of them. I watched in complete disbelief during the discussion of the message board for this board to use. On 2 occasions, I've watched as this board publicly talked about a decision that was sent by 3 members to a president, counting to 4. And then one of these four brought it to the policy committee meeting to add the other two members to it without ever having the item posted publicly for the community to know the change in discussion was happening. In this one example, you have proven an inability at this point to truly understand the Open Meetings Act and a walk-in quorum. So I ask, how do you think a message board will play out for you? I would think long and hard before implementing such a thing. There is a reason no other districts have this. Learn the rules. To the community pushing this, the board is not the legislature, and the open meetings rules that govern them are truly different. If it is transparency you want, let the discussions occur on the dais in a duly posted meeting, as they should, especially with new members who still are learning rules. I strongly suggest that the board review BBA and BBF to learn and better understand their roles. When you are reading BBF, I would encourage you to focus on your lack of authority to do investigations of staff. There is a difference between the superintendent sending you to meet with the CFO to have your questions answered and you going to staff to investigate personnel topics. As a trustee in Round Rock ISD, I would always hear the many accolades about this district. I recently attended a thought leadership event with superintendents and trustees across the state, and I received multiple negative comments about the board and their actions.
Time.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Next up will be Leah Nolan, speaking for herself. Ms. Nolan? Nope. Okay. I'm going to waive that. All right. So with that, we're done with public communications. If we could, it's 8:20. Well, I don't know what time it is. 8:52. So Peter doesn't work there. So let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and go through the presentations there. All right. Reconvene here. We'll start again. It's 9:06, 9:07, and we are back in open session. We're starting again. We've done agenda item H1. Now we're going on to superintendent's report. So with that, Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have 3 reports tonight, and each one is an important report. The first one is an Equity Task Force update, and with that, I'll turn that over to Mandy Estes, and she'll introduce the presenters for that, and then we'll have the mental health services, and we'll go first.
Just real quick, we do have speakers for equity, so if you want to present first or take their comments first. Will the board comment, public comments, or presentation? Okay, let's take public comments. So we have 4 speakers. With that, we have, let's see, Annie Daly-Lesh, is that right? And up next will be Iris Trinese.
Okay, great. Good evening.
You're speaking for yourself?
I am, yes.
3 minutes, thank you.
Thanks. I am speaking for myself, but I'm reading a letter that was written by a Round Rock teacher who wishes to remain anonymous because she fears retribution for speaking and reading this letter herself. Congratulations on a wonderful Equity Summit. I was happy to be an educator with access to such wonderful learning. Now that the summit is over, I would like to know how you will commit to addressing the present reality of racism in our district. It is one thing to celebrate theory and learning. It is another to take equitable action. For a number of months, educators have come before the board to express concerns about racism, discrimination, and homophobia in the district, both in terms of institutional policies and personal acts of prejudice. You have had students and parents do the same for years. You have had gifted educators leave our district for Leander, Georgetown, and others because of the discrimination they face as teachers in the district. As a teacher, I am troubled by the silence and complicity of the board. Can we expect to see change, and can we expect accountability from the board? I am hopeful that we can commit to a more equitable environment for our students and staff. Yet I am struck by the lack of discourse around racism in our schools, our policies, and our practices. Students, teachers, and parents have been harmed by Round Rock ISD. We need a commitment from the board to repair past harm and work for racial justice for this year and the years coming after. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Iris Trinese. After that will be Hannah Friedman.
Hello. I'm also speaking on behalf of myself, but I'm reading a letter from a Round Rock teacher. As a teacher for Round Rock ISD, I'm grateful for that opportunity to work alongside amazing teachers and truly wonderful students. As we come to the end of each school year, I reflect on the successes and areas of improvement that I can impact directly through improving my craft. I also step away from my own classroom impact and reflect on the bigger picture of our district practices and policies that impact students and teacher success. Both in my classroom and as a district, there are questions that continue to give me pause. They give me pause because I don't know how to answer the questions, and because I also know that asking the questions requires a vulnerability that takes great courage. Here are a few of my reoccurring questions, the ones that pertain to racial equity. What concrete steps, strategies, and difficult conversations do we need to have in order to improve the hard work of increasing academic achievement for non-white students and decreasing the punitive pipeline that remains in place? What can I as a teacher and we as a world-class district do in a public way to commit ourselves wholeheartedly to do the hard work of impacting outcomes for Black and Latino students? Are there people or organizations who have already been in the process of involving themselves in what can oftentimes be lonely work of making equity for all students a real priority, and how can we learn from them? And how can we attract and keep teachers who positively impact students and staff as well? Again, I don't have the answers, but in our desire to truly be a world-class district, asking the hard questions out loud seems to be an important step to have the reality match our desires. We can do better, and our students deserve the hard work, every single one of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tronies. Next is Hannah Friedman and then Elizabeth Wilson.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Hannah. I'm a member of the local organization Educators in Solidarity, and I'm here tonight to talk about equity. So as an organization of a network of many teachers, we want to applaud the district for having an equity summit focused around best teaching practices and equitable systems for all of our students. We believe having professional development and summits is a great start to having important conversations about how to serve all of our students, but they cannot be the end. We are here tonight to share ways we would like to work with the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees, as well as educators across the district to address institutional racism in the district without delay. Some of these changes we would like to work together to see would be create ongoing professional development and continuing the work of what everyone did at the Equity Summit in the following areas: restorative practices, implicit bias training, and best practices for culturally proficient teaching. It's crucial that all teachers are trained to examine their own racial identities, privileges, or lack thereof that come with that, and how it impacts their work with students. We know that a colorblind approach to teaching is dated, and it is not an effective way to serve the ever-growing and changing population in Round Rock. We'd also like to work with the district to provide training for teachers and administrators, tools to critically analyze data through a racial equity lens that impacts school programs, instructional practices, and budget issues. We would also like to support the development of all parents in becoming powerful advocates for their students and providing them with the knowledge necessary to support student classroom learning. We'd like to work with campus administrators and teachers on equitable practices that aim to decrease referrals and suspensions of students of color, with a focus on supporting the statewide implementation of the pre-K through second grade suspension ban. We'd also like to work with the district to increase the number of campuses participating in book studies focused around these issues, preferably led by teachers of color who have this lived experience, focused on race and equity. We'd also like to work with the Human Resources Department to develop a hiring criteria that reflects Round Rock ISD's commitment to cultural proficiency and anti-racism. We'd like to work with the board as well to proactively address racism against staff and students instead of teachers being afraid to speak up. When problems are vocalized, that's when the real institutional change can happen. We look forward to continuing to work with the incredible teachers and staff at Round Rock ISD and look forward to working with the school board and superintendent to help implement these systems we know are crucial to serving all of our students.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. And then finally is Ms. Elizabeth Wilson.
Good evening. I'm also a member of Educators in Solidarity, and I'm speaking on behalf of a Round Rock ISD teacher who would like to remain anonymous. Dear Round Rock ISD, congratulations on a wonderful Equity Summit. A campus principal at one of our high schools fully engages in negative discourse around Black and Latinx students and parents. about HBCU learning environments, about students receiving special education services, about LGBTQIA staff, to the point that staff members are reporting the racism and homophobia to the district and are leaving the campus for surrounding districts at alarming rates. What is your discourse about this ongoing situation? What has been your discourse around Black student unions being intimidated by police on their campus? It's not enough to train leaders and teachers. How will you hold them accountable? The hard and rewarding work lies ahead. Because Round Rock ISD seeks to be a national model for racial and educational equity, it is important to make sure that we are committed to action and not just words. Round Rock ISD has done much damage to the hearts, minds, and educational experiences of students, teachers, and families of color. To the students that receive special education services, and to LGBTQIA students and staff, to the point that it is not safe to be out as an LGBTQIA staff member in this district. Sexual orientation is not protected in the Round Rock ISD Equal Opportunity Employer Statement. This is something that can be quickly addressed if we truly value equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Okay, now we'll go back to Equity Task Force presentation. Ms. Estes.
Thank you, President Chadwell, trustees, Dr. Flores. Laura Seegers is here tonight to give you a brief overview of the Equity Task Force work that has occurred since the last update. That does include the World Class Summit. One of the things that was said that I think characterizes this presentation is Dr. Terrence Green during the summit said that if equity is not central to all we do, it sprinkles. And he did that in context of cooking a pound cake. And so if you've ever made a pound cake, you know there's quite a bit of sugar in the pound cake. And so if you leave the sugar out and then later come back and sprinkle it on the top, you lose the quality. It's not the same. It's not going to taste very good. And so as a district, this is a pivotal point for us because with the World Class Summit, we have moved from the work from within the Equity Task Force out in training to campuses throughout the district. And so we're going to share a brief update for you on that work, and I'll turn it over to Laura Seegers.
Good evening, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and members of the board. I have the honor tonight to stand and represent the 40-plus talented and dedicated members of our Equity Task Force that have given up countless hours over the last year and a half of their family time and their personal time to devote to advancing the cause of equity in Round Rock ISD. So for them, I'd like to say thank you very much for their dedication and their commitment. And of course, we're looking forward to the work getting started as soon as we get back after our break. I wanted to kind of tell a little story about where we've been. This has been an ongoing journey, and speaking about Dr. Green, he talks about being patiently urgent. The work has been very intentional over the last almost 2 years coming up this fall, beginning with our ESSA equity meetings where we looked at teacher effectiveness and retention of teachers and how we could best keep our most talented and most experienced teachers working with our most at-risk children. And so from there we launched into our formation of the Equity Task Force, and then began those conversations with Dr. Green. We had the opportunity for him to start leading our professional development and growing in our knowledge and common definitions of equity in Round Rock ISD. The board had the opportunity to meet with him in February of 2019 when he did his board presentation, and which takes us to May where we had the opportunity to draft recommendations for the ongoing equity work in the district that I think will address some of the issues that were brought forward from our community tonight. So I'm really happy that we have community members that are invested in the work as well and will hopefully be interested in helping us advance that cause as well. Now, the World Class Summit, there's been a lot of buzz about the World Class Summit, and I have to say that for all of the greatness that happened during those 2 days, it's really important for us to remember it's kind of like base camp. It was our foundational piece where the Equity Task Force, in partnership with Dr. Green, is able now to launch to our campuses where the real work will begin, the work of equity. Special thanks go out to Dr. Terrence Green from the University of Texas, who led those amazing 2 days of learning. Each campus had the opportunity over our 2 days to draft their entry equity plan for this coming fall, and also to look at an equity audit that our assessment and evaluation team spent about 4 to 5 weeks preparing that really sliced the data in different ways that we've never been able to do before, where we could really dig deep into different subcategories of children so we could look at where our inequities truly exist. I want to call out a special member on this slide. We have a core group of parents from our community that proudly serve and dedicate their time and bring their children to meetings. And we just love having their voices and hearing their stories. And they've really been pivotal in the work that we've done. Down on the bottom right-hand side is Kiana Pitts, and I believe she's here today. I believe she just came in sitting by Tanjura Bowman. Those two members I don't believe they've ever missed a meeting. And they are just part of the overwhelming group of talented educators and community members that are doing the difficult work of advancing equity. So I wanted to call them out and thank them for their participation. And we're looking forward to bringing, yay! And one of our goals for the fall that you'll see coming up is adding more members of our community and their expertise and bringing students in as well to our task force. So I'm really excited to be able to honor them that way. The last day of our summit, Dr. Flores issued a kind of a challenge where we went viral on Twitter for just a little bit with an I Commit hashtag. And what was really exciting about it, for those of you that follow Twitter, is we had people from all walks of life in Round Rock ISD committing to equity. And some of them were our task force members, but some of them were just either district leaders, teachers, and then we even have Eliza Gordon, who's one of our new principals at Wells Branch, what they were going to commit to. And I was really excited, our beautiful HR team there in the middle, committing to creating a more diverse talent pool and a more diverse representation of our staff was their commitment that they shared out on Twitter. So really excited to see that in our social media for Round Rock ISD. Now, the Equity Task Force, in the month of May, we spent 2 meetings getting together and looking at, okay, so where have we been, where are we going, and what are the things that we really need to focus on, knowing that we need to stay kind of lean and mean. To advance any kind of cause within a system this large, you really need to remain laser focused. And so this work, I need you to know, is in progress, but this is what we've landed on, and these are going to be the things that we begin developing and teasing out and deploying in August when we come back. The 3 buckets are transparency and trust, professional development, and policy and practice. And in transparency and trust, that's all about our climate, building those strong climates on our campuses for our students and our staff, building a strong district climate where we have a 2-way dialogue going in that's fostering relationships and building community within our parents and children and staff. Professional development, creating that multi-tiered approach to professional development where we're building and talking about a shared common language. And also committing to every principal in the district participating in 2 days of Beyond Diversity as a starting point for their learning. In policy and practice, some of the references that were made by our community tonight, looking at and redesigning our district policies with that strong equity lens, creating protocols for ongoing policy review, and really looking at what rubrics and protocols can we put into place to support that ongoing monitoring, that fidelity of implementation and practice, where we're looking at, we've had all these great ideas, we've done all these recommendations, we've had this core foundational learning, but now what? And so it's how does the work continue and how do we continue to monitor that as we move forward? And then we had our wonderful panel of district and campus leaders that were already talking about some of the promising practices that are going on in equity in Round Rock ISD. But we also had our superintendent address what is the school district's commitment? What are we committing? What is Dr. Flores committing to for Round Rock ISD along with our district leadership? And it is indeed that principals will be attending 2 days of Beyond Diversity training as a foundation because they are the ones that are going back and leading their leadership teams with an equity lens this year and having those difficult, courageous conversations. So they need to be the role models for that. Exploring the redesign of district policies, having 1 member of each campus and district leadership team attending monthly equity task force meetings. That's connecting the equity task force is that kind of support consultation body to our campuses to keep that work going. And then also prioritizing and designing professional development for all staff members that's focused on racial and educational equity. And exploring hiring a director of diversity, equity, and inclusion to ensure that there's somebody minding that store, that there's somebody that's connecting departments and campuses across our large system to ensure that equity is infused in everything that we do. And then I started with where are we, where do we start, and then where are we going from here. So I referenced our Equity Task Force meetings will be up and going again in early August. We'll be looking to finalize over those next coming months our recommendations, really focusing on more parent and student engagement to build that transparency and trust. Creating those rubrics and protocols of our redesign for district policies, creating a process to support our campus leadership teams, ensuring that they don't feel like they're out on an island all on their own. We have to ensure that we continue to support that practice. Examining the role of the task force. What will our role turn into? We've gone into a collective leadership model. In the beginning, I was kind of the champion, and I'm still, of course, the champion, but I'm no longer considering myself a lead. We've gone to a collective leadership model, which I think is indicative of the talent and the voices and the collective humanity that is the Equity Task Force. We're seeking those opportunities to add fresh and valuable expertise, and we've already, with Ryan Smith's help, utilizing Workplace, which is a function of Facebook, as a collaborative communication tool for equity. What's been nice about that, people have started already talking about their book studies for the summer, different articles they've read, and what's coming up in the fall. So it's turned out to be something that's been very beneficial in just a couple weeks. So for 2019, 2020, our call to action is part of our bedrock leadership for the Holsworth, and it's include all. And our commitments are to commit to equity, value relationships, and champion the needs of students and community. And I want to end with this quote by James Baldwin: "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." And with the support of our Board of Trustees, which I know we currently have, with the support of our superintendent and the Equity Task Force, and our leadership teams that are going to be growing and embracing equity across the district, I feel like Round Rock ISD has already started this process. We are patiently urgent to get moving to the campus level, and really excited for what lies in the future for equity, for racial and educational equity in Round Rock ISD. So at this time, I'll take questions.
Okay, Mr. Moses.
Thank you, President Chadwell and Laura. Thank you so much for this presentation, the work the whole Equity Task Force is doing. And I had a question, and really, I don't know if this will fall under the commitments or where we're going, but will y'all be bringing forward some measurable goals for us to look at over the short term and interim term and long term?
Yes, sir. That's part of the recommendations, the 3 buckets that you saw. If you want me to move back to those.
Yeah.
The 3 buckets, from those are just the things that we landed on, and there's others that go with this, but it all kind of fell into these 3 buckets and these main topics. And so what we're going to be doing in August and September, really meeting, teasing these out, coming back with recommendations, coming back with, I know there's a PIB committee, looking at policy, helping to support that, creating protocols that you can use to review your policy. Those are all things that we have on the table that are yet to be fleshed out.
Yeah,
these are big picture ideas.
Right, yeah, right. I know, but I would, so as you do narrow, as the funnel gets smaller,
yes, sir,
it really help us, bring forward and let us, and then flesh out if we need to, some really
absolutely
smart goals that are
absolutely
we have timelines, real measurables that we can look at achieving as we look at this. I think then we something then as we go through, in years to come, we can track these on a regular basis and see where we're at. And you kind of touched on what I was going to request, is that sometime this fall, whether it is August, September, or sometime we're in there,
right?
You and other members come and let's have a real work session with the PIB committee and see what policies we need to look at right off the bat. And even at that point, set some goals of saying, hey, in the next 3 years, we want to review, we want to make sure we've done this percentage of policies so we can hold ourselves accountable to getting done what we said we want to get done.
Absolutely, and I so much welcome that, because I will tell you, one of the main conversations when we talk about policy and practice, even professional development, it's not just the review of it or not just providing the professional development, because that's just a starting point. It's how do you ensure that there's a monitoring process? How do you ensure that there's accountability, like everything that we do? And so that's a big part of it, and we will be looking to the board for recommendations, for support with that, for you partnering with us as we go through this journey of equity.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, Ms. Vessa.
So I assume that we're not alone in this journey of equity, and that all of our neighboring districts around us are we're all joining hands and doing this together. Can you talk a little bit about how our initiatives, maybe other districts, are doing similar or different things?
Absolutely. Austin ISD started a little bit before us. They started working with the city, and so they were one of the first ones that I know in this area that really was looking to Beyond Diversity as one of their mechanisms for training. And they have since, it was in the paper, I believe, last week, they've hired an equity officer is what they're calling it. And we've been looking at and talking about it within our committee, and also talking to leadership here in the district about the possibility of having that type of position. So we're kind of mirroring the same things that they're doing now. Our work started about the same time with ESSA, but then our task force started a little bit later than theirs did, and theirs was in partnership with the city. I just found out this last week that Hutto also has an equity task force. So I was super excited to hear that. I've had the opportunity through some training to partner with some other districts, with Dallas ISD, through the National Diversity Council, and getting certified as a National Diversity Professional. So I've been able to have the opportunity and the privilege to learn along with some of those districts with what they're doing. A lot of, I believe in IBM in 1984 was the first corporation to take on equity officers and do a deep dive into this work. And so it's been happening for a long time in the corporate world, and it's just now spreading to school districts and academia in the past 5 years. And so, but it is something that within our area, there's not a whole lot of equity work that's going on except the ones I mentioned. But I do know there's some that's going on in Fort Worth ISD, and they have an equity officer, and they've done quite a bit of work with their task force as well. But I'm very proud of where we started and where we've gone, and I'm considering Round Rock to be a leader in this area, in this work.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Okay.
And thank you again for your support. We appreciate it.
Okay. Agenda item I2, Health Services.
You bet. I'll turn that over to Mandy as well as she introduces the next presentation and the next presenters.
So yes, this is a mental health services update, and as Trustee Vessa said earlier in the meeting, this is a topic that is of great interest and concern to all of us here, and so bringing this presentation is Dr. Christina Wiswell, who is our Director of Counseling Services.
Good evening, y'all. We appreciate this opportunity to talk about the mental health services in Round Rock ISD. I also want to introduce LaShonda Lewis. She's our counseling services coordinator, and LaShonda and I work closely to deliver counseling services in the district. First, just judging from some of the questions that we've received in the past, that I think it's important to explain about the background of school counselors, and there's some other information as far as their responsibilities. That we have 139 school counselors, and each one of them have a master's degree that indicates that they have had extensive coursework in graduate school on mental health services. So many times I hear the comment that, you know, some of our counselors are just doing academic work, where really our counselors are following a philosophy of whole child, that they're looking at mental health as the foundation for school success and future success. So the counselors are the campus expert in mental health. We also have a SEL coordinator that has helped teachers with Second Step and with restorative practices, and a future readiness coordinator that gives presentations on youth mental health for staff. As far as the FTEs, Annette Vieira helped us with this particular slide. There's this past year, 133.5 FTEs full-time employment, and next year they're adding to reduce those ratios to 136 FTEs in the counseling area. There's also behavioral coaches, behavioral interventionists. We have a few social workers. Special ed has a staff that helps with their students, and then, of course, the SEL coordinator, for a total of, this past year, 151, growing it to 156.5 this coming year. And as far as budget expenditures, that we are increasing our budget expenditure in this area as indicated by this slide. With House Bill 18 that was passed, it refers to the importance of school districts following the TEA Comprehensive Developmental Counseling Model. And I would want to assure you that when this was released last year in 2018, that we were already beginning to utilize this model. And those of you who recall my presentation with y'all last September, I showed you this same diagram because it is so much illustrates what the counselors do. Now, in the box, it shows the TEA recommended percentages, and just want to point out that there's these 4 components: guidance, curriculum, individual planning, responsive services, system support. With individual planning, there's less of that in elementary, as indicated by this chart, and more of it in high school, where we follow the individual annual conferences between the student, parent, and counselor. Now, looking at the triangle model, it is a 4-tier system. The Tier 1 is guidance curriculum for all students. Tier 2 is where it may be more of that specific addressing student concerns for future planning, maybe small groups to address emotional needs. Then there's the Tier 3, and that's getting a little bit more focused on concerns for students. And then Tier 4, that's the one that has caused us the most anguish. Tier 4 is where a student is demonstrating behaviors that really concern the school counselor. And the counselor will certainly continue to work with that student and provide support for the student, but oftentimes will suggest to the parent that they pursue private therapy. But a variety of reasons sometimes get in the way of that. That it could be that parent can't take off of work, or maybe the parent is trying to find a therapist that they can make an appointment sometime soon without a waiting list. Maybe it's a matter of the student not wanting to miss school because then that puts them in a catch-up mode with their classes, or perhaps in the family that there is other emotional traumas going on where the parent just can't pull it all together. So not always when a counselor refers a student in that most needy area, not always does the student get that service. Now, as far as the school counselor responsibilities, those first 3 bullets actually are from the job description. So you can see where even in the counselor's job description, mental health is a strong theme throughout. They advocate for all students. When they see a problem, they'll intervene with the students, and upon demand, they'll offer developmental, preventative, remedial, or crisis counseling. That's just part of the school counselor role. Now, the last bullet does show the ratios that are anticipated for the coming year. Elementary is 275 is not bad at all. The 836 is a concern. Middle school, 345 to 480, depending on the campus. Our high school ratios are really great. That we're the envy of school districts throughout Texas when we consider our largest ratio being the 327 to 1 counselor. And I'd want to point out the lead counselor is not included in those ratios because the lead counselor is a separate job description. They're really coordinating the counseling services on the campus. And I think this might be along the lines of, I think y'all are very aware of the concerns that we have on campus. Nationwide, 60% of the youth who need service do not receive mental health therapy. In Round Rock, we have also looked at our numbers with counselors reporting the number of times they've talked to students with suicidal outcries, and then this past year with mental health concerns so severe that the parent had to be contacted and respond to the student's concerns. So now we're starting to zero in on the topic that I'm most interested in talking with you tonight. The Student Health Advisory Council, SHAC, for 2 years now has recommended develop a plan over the next 5 years for creating in-school mental health clinics. Last September when I visited with y'all, you said, yes, it's okay to go ahead and explore the possibilities. Our Safety and Security Task Force has also supported this direction. And other districts have implemented different types of plans to meet their students' needs. I don't think any of them have really taken on quite what we're planning on doing, we are recommending to start with 2 mental health centers in the district, and with the possibility of growing it to 1 per learning community. But we want to do it right when we start it off, that we can't afford to have a sloppy service delivery model for our students. And so what we were thinking about as far as cost, that there, I guess back in February, we did a request for information from a couple different agencies. With the task force that we had formed in the fall, we called it Tier 4 Task Force, with that group, we had presentations from different agencies, and we contacted different districts and really trying to figure out what had already been implemented in the area. And so we asked these 2 agencies to give us quotes. One was a public agency, and this is the information according to the credentials of the therapist, that's what the cost, salary plus benefits. So that would be the total amount once we had the office set up. And then the private agency gave us an estimate of $125,000. And they said with the number of centers that we would open up, the cost would go down, but it would be around there, the $125,000. So financially, we're thinking the licensed clinical social worker or licensed professional counselor would be the most reasonable. Both of those individuals have masters in their area, plus 3,000 hours of supervised clinical experience. We want someone who is skilled in offering therapy to students. And so that's where we're looking at ballpark around $82,000 with those kind of credentials. Now, I'd like to get into more of the details. That the agency that we select would provide the therapist, and we've thought about it that it's not a Round Rock ISD employee, because we want to make sure that it's separate so that the family can trust that therapist just as though the therapist was located, as LaShonda sometimes says, if the office was at Round Rock Avenue and IH-35. The idea of having it on the campus simply makes it more convenient for the student to receive therapy and not be missing classes being transported back and forth. So the agency provides the therapist. The therapist would be provided to the family at no cost. And the therapist might be at a center, one of the 2 centers that we begin with, but they would travel out to schools to help students in need. And that would help us gauge the demand and also the location that we may need to be growing additional centers. The school counselor would coordinate, because the school counselor's been working with that student and would know when the point is that the child is in that Tier 4 that needs something more than what the school counselor can deliver. And just part of the school counselor's role, even if we have some school counselors who are what's called LPC, the licensed professional counselor with the 3,000 hours of supervised clinical experience, but it's not part of the school counselor role to deliver therapy on campus to students. So yet the counselor is experienced with that student and would be able to tell when the child needed referral to the therapist. We would treat it with great respect for the parent and keeping the HIPAA and FERPA, the confidentiality guidelines, that it would require a parent-signed permission for the therapist even to speak with the student, to evaluate the student and see if this was a good candidate for ongoing therapy. And before the therapist could share any information with the teacher, with the counselor, with the principal, there would have to be a release of information signed by the parent. We would want translation services to be available to that student. and flexibility. It might be individual, might be group, might be family settings. And we would want the therapist to be available during holidays, during summer, because the child, sometimes in those unstructured times, is in need of even more support. Drug abuse counseling definitely needs to be something that the agency could help us with. A psychiatrist to be available to prescribe medication if necessary would also be an expectation we would have of the agency. And currently, we are working with purchasing. The RFP, the request for proposals, was released yesterday on Wednesday, and it is going until the 11th of July to allow 3 weeks for agencies to get, be able to detail out a proposal, answer some of the questions that we had in the questionnaire, to really be able to give us a good idea of the services that they can provide. The next step also is for the district and campus leadership to determine the hub locations that we will begin with for these mental health centers. But starting out with 2 and then growing the program from there is a reasonable direction to go. And so at this point, I'd love to hear your questions.
We got one real quick for you then I've got a couple more. Back on page 10, bullet number 5, the biggest concern I have is parent-signed release form. What happens if conflict with a parent at home, step-parent? Is there another alternative to get the students through a judge, a law enforcement officer, somebody else, because they don't want to tip off a parent?
Well, pretty much what we do now, that if a parent is not giving the care that a child needs, whether it's medical care or mental health care, nutrition care, supervision, then if the parent, for whatever reason, the guardian is not providing that care, we get police and CPS involved.
Kind of related that if it's regarding a parent or a family issue, not that the parent's not being negligent, but if they just don't want the parent to know they're seeking, if I got a form and I had a problem with my child and it said, "Oh, you want to get therapy," and you're going to come, I could see that could be a conflict. So anyway, I'm sure you thought of it. I'm just bringing that up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moses and then Mr. Math.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just similar, we talked about or brought up with the Equity Task Force. Whenever we're looking at the program moving forward, what measurables will be tracking to try and get an idea of the demand? Like, what are the big indicators that we're going to be looking for?
We included this in the RFP as far as monitoring that both of these, we're making sure that the 3 agencies that presented to us are notified of the RFP. And these are agencies that I know have experience in the area. And so they have already had experience working with schools and evaluation systems. But we would there's several things that we would want to look at. The number of students served, how long are they served, and how the therapist feels that the therapy is concluded, that the student no longer needs therapy. We do not anticipate that this therapy would go on for years, that we're looking at solution-based counseling as far as a theory and approach. And so we've written in as for that the agency would be required to report to us the number of students referred, number of students that were served, length of time that they were served, what the original diagnosis was, and what the outcome is, and a variety of other factors. But we would also be asking them, what have you done in the past with other school districts to measure your effectiveness?
Okay, that's good to know. And then will we be having any goals set as far as tracking how many students received services from this year compared to next year, taking into consideration students that may not have gotten services otherwise? Just any other goals that we want to be tracking just to make sure that this is performing the way we expect it to perform?
Well, I'm kind of suspecting that y'all might like to hear back from me come October, after the centers.
Oh, yes. I'm just trying to think.
So those are some of the things that we would like to be able to report to you, because that's the effectiveness, also the need, and whether or not in October, November, if we need to, add another center.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Math and Ms. Dessa.
All right. First off, for the caveat, this is not my area of expertise, but I've always had this gnawing feeling that we're going about this in a very traditional way, where the current adolescents and pre-adolescents, they're different than we were when it was a different generation. And I see how kids like to communicate now, and it's not face-to-face. It's through iPads, and it's through iPhones, and it's through texting and chatting and social media. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could encourage kids that are having issues to reach out in more of a non-traditional way. This is kind of the baby boomer approach, but is there kind of a millennial approach where they could reach out through text or through an employee? We have employee hotlines, something similar to that in an anonymous way, where it's contracted out to a third service and it's not kind of handled on campus.
Well, we do have, this is something that Round Rock has had for several years. I've been in the district for 6 years. We have anonymous alerts. Have you heard about that? Where anybody can call in and report a concern. We also have what's called gaggle alerts, where if a student makes a communication that passes through our servers that we are and has certain words that would flag concern, that there's 3 of us that are notified, myself, Jeffrey Yarbrough, and also Laura Seegers and Gordon Perez. So you have, variety of people that are looking at that. We forward it out to the principals and the counselors to follow up. That's one way that we have found a lot of suicidal outcries. Sometimes students will report concern for a friend. So, as far as being alerted to significant worries, we have some systems already set up. And it's kind of interesting that from an agency standpoint, looking at different school districts, there's one, I think it's Lockhart, actually has a televideo where a student can be, any place and be able to get that therapy. They could be at home, they could be in a room on the campus, but it would be kind of a through their cell phone that they could get their therapy session. But you talk about traditional. 10 years ago, I would not have been supporting this. That I would feel like this is overstepping. But it's exactly what we're seeing is going on with our students. The suicide rate is the cutting. We need to be able to provide more than what we're currently doing. And, to do it over, a text message. We had one gaggle where it was a student who was texting a suicide hotline. And, even then, the receiver of the student's comments was saying to the student, talk to somebody. You need to talk to somebody face to face and let them know what you're going through. That human interaction is really so much more effective than trying to do it through a cell phone, texting, or website.
So eventually, I agree, you want to get to that human interaction.
Uh-huh.
But if I'm a suicidal person, I don't want to tell my parents, I don't want to tell my teacher, I don't want to speak to my counselor, but I want to reach out, and I want to do it in an anonymous way. And I'm just wondering if there's a way for a student to do that where otherwise they would be silent about it.
So there are a couple options out there that our counselors do talk to students about, and some of those options are a text line where they can text a licensed professional to discuss some of the troubles that they're having. But there's also a crisis hotline that they can call in and have those conversations with someone who doesn't know the student, so it is anonymous, and that's available to students 24/7. And it is advertised in various ways by counselors on campus. It's advertised on our district website, on campus websites, and there's posters throughout the campuses as well.
Okay, Ms. Vessa.
So one thing, I mean, obviously I'm a big supporter of this. I'm so thankful for you to come tonight and tell us more. One thing you said was that this new program wasn't meant for ongoing counseling long term. That if a student, maybe I heard that wrong, but if a student's going to require like probably counseling throughout their time with Round Rock ISD, that this isn't what that is. Did I hear that right, or did I hear it wrong?
Just for taking a child to therapy, to me, the idea is to eventually get the child to be able to be weaned away from that therapist. There are some children that are emotionally disturbed that will need ongoing, probably lifelong, work. But our goal is not to have the student every week, year after year after year, going through therapy. That we'd like it to be more effective than that long term. And there's several theories of counseling therapy where you really focus more on trying to help the child be sufficient, be self-reliant. So ideally, we're not going to limit it and say, your maximum amount of sessions, you've used up your 6, so you're done. That we would be working with that student ongoing, but we'd also like to see the therapist transitioning that student back to being able to benefit from the counseling support that they could receive from the school counselor. So we don't have a defined end of therapy, but we also, it would be sad to me, I would feel it would be ineffective if we had a child going for years and years to therapy. Does that make sense?
I want to make a quick comment here. So you have anonymous alerts. I see it's still on here. This is for students and families. Is that right? I downloaded it once, and I guess back to what you're saying, Mr. Math, about, it's one more method to reach out. It's maybe not the best, but I also think that hopefully every employee of the district is trained to look for the eyes of a child when they step on the bus, when they go through the food line, when they go for specials, to PE, to band, to arts, whatever. They look like they're struggling, and somebody will reach out to them. And hopefully it's a short-term fix. And I think of counseling theoretically should be like orthopedics. You break a bone, it might take 6 weeks, 3 months, or whatever, but at some point you don't need it anymore. But again, as Mr. Matt said, I'm not an expert in it. You don't ever want to brush it aside. I also think there's so many more temptations out there now with vaping, and I know there's rules, there's federal, it's like if you put the wrong kind of thing in vaping, that's a whole different legal. It's not, then there's prescription meds, it's not just marijuana, things like that, that's a whole different area. So hopefully we work with law enforcement. There's all kinds of things going on, just as there's alerts, many people, many eyes looking on every child that comes in every day looking for signs. So, Ms. Gonzalez, thank you.
So I think what I'm kind of hearing that I'm starting to really understand is the complexity of actually offering mental health services due to all of the HIPAA laws. Because at the end of the day, it requires parent consent. So I think any time that a parent hears from someone else, say at the school, that their child is suicidal, that their child is cutting themselves, it's hard to digest. I know just hearing that my child had learning disabilities was because I didn't pick up on it. It was hard to receive that information. So I would imagine you would come against parents that are very resistant, and they'll walk away and say, I'll deal with it, we'll deal with it at home. So when that doesn't happen, and the child is suicidal or is, I'm not an expert either, but is doing something to either harm themselves or threaten to harm someone else, at what point do you get CPS or, unfortunately, maybe law enforcement involved, and how does that kind of work?
Well, it's counselor judgment when to call CPS. If they feel that the child's health is in danger, if their welfare is in danger, then depending on the critical situation, whether or not the police need to be called immediately or if CPS will be contacted for their support to go out and visit the home. But that's counselor judgment, and after working with the parent. But the counselor also, relationships are so important, and to build the relationship with the student and with the parent, because this is kind of like over a period of time when the counselor is aware that there's some issues going on with that child, and they're going to start working with the child and talking with the parent and developing those relationships and informing the parent so that, it's not going, hopefully it won't be a shock, a surprise.
Right, and that starts with the school counselor
Yes.
that's already in place.
Yes.
Because they
Yes.
they don't need permission to talk to the child.
Correct.
And okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can I?
Any other? Yes.
I did. I don't think my button's working.
Okay,
I just had one actually follow up to that, because you must have some sort of, maybe not data, but inclination, because obviously counselors right now are telling people when they need to go get this tier 4. And so is that, are there a lot of parents that are refusing that because they don't, is there any way to tell how that will sort of play out for us?
We really don't have any data on the number of parents that have not taken their child to therapy, because it's a private family matter. And so we don't really keep those records. But LaShonda and I both, we support the counselors on campus, and sometimes they'll call us and talk to us about, concern for a child, and back to that judgment thing where they'll say, I don't know what else to do, and I'm so worried about what, is it time to call CPS? So we hear about it when it's an exception to the usual. And if a parent takes a child, that sometimes they sign a release of information and sometimes they don't. We're hoping that will be a release of information with the therapist, so that the therapist can talk with the staff and share with the counselor what's going on. And it may even be a portion of the information that the therapist has. But that would be so helpful to facilitate how we can support the student on campus. So really, it's, we don't have the data that you're wondering about, and I guess that'll be something, as far as data that we'll be collecting and see if that's an issue. But I guess I tend to think that parents want the best for their children. And I know that sometimes it doesn't all work out, but I'm optimistic that this will be well received by our parents.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wiswell. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right, board members, we're going to go to agenda item I3, but I think we have a request to postpone that one because it's all preliminary data. All right, so we're going to table that one. Dr. Flores?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that staff is prepared to present that, but I do think that for the sake of moving this, and there was discussion yesterday, good discussion with Trustee Weir and Mason Moses yesterday, the possibility of a workshop to focus on academic achievement, maybe like August the 8th, because the August 7th, the final results will be official with regards to the state ratings and campus ratings. So I obligingly seek that. So thanks for bringing that up yesterday, Ms. Ware.
Yeah, thank you. I think it'll be a much better discussion later on.
And Mr. President, I will also say, I think the value then at that point, I think everyone will have gone through Lone Star governance and have that lens when we approach the data will be helpful as well.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've adjusted my Lone Star governance to August the 2nd and 3rd. So we will, for the 8th, we'll be prepared. All of us will have attended that.
All right, go to agenda item I4, monthly financials.
And Mr. Oddix is going to be very brief on this. I know the night's budget covered a lot of that, but again, the monthly report is an important report. So if you can, with brevity, go through that topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So starting with the general fund for the month of April, total revenue was $5.6 million. Total expense was $37.3. Year-to-date, our total revenue is $423.9 million, which is slightly better than budget. Total expenses year-to-date, $341.8 million, which is better than budget by $13.3 million. Our total fund balance at the end of April was $291.8 million, and Trustee Math asked last month if we would add the unassigned fund balance, so that's also displayed there at $219.2 million. In terms of food service, year-to-date revenue and expenses are both better than budget. Revenue is better by $500,000. Expenses are better by $600,000. Fund balance at the end of April was $13.5 million. As I told the board last month, as we have turnover, all new food service employees will be hired by Aramark. Current non-management staff will remain district employees. So we've started that process. In terms of debt service, the main thing to take note of in April is that, if you remember, back in April we sold $182.5 million in bonds. So that increased our outstanding principal and interest payment that you just see displayed, the bottom number there, a total of $1.1 billion in principal and interest. Our next debt payment of $83.7 million will occur on August 1st. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, this is not really about the report, but I know I brought this up at the agenda review. It was going to be just as a suggestion, perhaps moving forward. This be something that we put in consent, and then we can adopt it. And then if a trustee has any questions, they can pull it, and we can talk about it. But just that way, it's there for us to review, and then always just go into it. But again, any member could then pull it if they want to have that deeper conversation.
Okay.
I know, but just one of those things we could just to adopt it and say that it is what it is.
It's great to have him give it. Just how long was that? 4 minutes?
I know, just a suggestion.
That's good.
Just
Okay,
a suggestion.
great idea. I'm glad. Great. Any other comments right now? So, great. Thank you, Dr. Oddix. Thank you. All right, we'll go to agenda item J1, safety and security update. The next two are brief updates. These are not in depth. So, with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Flores, Dr. Presley.
Yeah, Dr. Presley, and then I think we've got Ms. Moore, the task force chair.
Yeah, thank you, President Chadwell. Once again, I want to commend the task force on their work on our safety and security in the district. Lisa Moore, who is co-chairing the committee, is here tonight, as well as Dr. Malerba, who's been facilitating for that group. So, Ms. Moore, if you would come up. You're here. I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. So, I'll turn it over to Ms. Moore to give you an update. I know they met Monday night of this week, so.
Mike.
Our progress since the last time, May the 6th was a special called meeting, and there was progress sent in. So since that time, we have had one full task force meeting, and we began our group breakout meetings since May the 16th. My co-chair, Judge Aurora Martinez-Jones, and we are splitting our attendance every other week, visiting with each of those breakout groups. So we're kind of double time doing those meetings in the breakout option weeks. And the breakout groups are alternative security options, Round Rock ISD Police Department option, essential components, and government law enforcement option. Judge Aurora and I are also committed to working on the opening and closing of the presentation. June the 12th, 2019, myself and Karen Elliott were scheduled to meet with Sheriff Chody, along with Board President Chadwell, Vice President Gonzalez, and Trustee Weir. Sheriff Chody was unable to attend, and Chief Deputy Tim Ryle was there to represent him. As you all are aware, I sent extensive notes regarding our visit that day with Chief Deputy Ryle. So we had a really good visit. I have also since, I realized as I was preparing for this presentation with you all that I did not share those same meeting notes with Chief Deputy Raw and Sheriff Chody. So they have also received that information, as well as a brief note from me asking for answers to our questions that we did not receive, as well as reiterating our ask for Sheriff Chody to please meet with our law enforcement option breakout team, which is approximately 5 members, and wherever he would like to meet, and we would provide him questions beforehand so that he could be prepared for that meeting. I've not heard anything back as of yet. This past Monday, we had a meeting of the full task force, and we covered our meeting with Chief Deputy Ryle, and we got updates. Each breakout group was required to give their progress to the whole task force, and then we also covered draft results from the parent-student survey. And that last update is talking about the email and the update and the notes about the meeting. The surveys are still draft, and Dr. Malerba has done a great job with getting all of the input and putting it into a format that we can all understand and read and that makes sense to us. And so the surveys were sent by email to parents, secondary students, and staff. And I believe, Dr. Malerba, those are the response numbers? Correct. Those are the response numbers. Of course, it was sent to many, many more numbers than that. That's the responses. And the topics included safety concerns, what helps respondents feel safe at school and work, available mental health supports, and the role of the school resource officer, otherwise known as SRO. The evaluation team has shared 2 drafts of the report and are wrapping up the analysis now by race and ethnicity. And they're targeting the final report for the task force and board of trustees by the meeting of July the 15th. So we are continuing. So this week was a regular task force meeting, and we're still on that same schedule for our regular task force meetings. And then the off week, so next week, will be the breakout option teams meeting. They're not necessarily meeting on the Monday evening time frame. Each breakout group has adopted a meeting time and place that works best for them on those alternate weeks. And once again, Judge Aurora, my co-chair, and myself are making sure that we're splitting ourselves up and attending each of those breakout meetings in the alternate weeks. August the 15th, we have projected at the Board of Trustee regular meeting that the task force will present a preliminary presentation with details on the options that we're working on. And then again, and this is the timeline that we presented a little while ago, for the 19th, the Board of Trustee regular meeting, the task force will present final presentation. I know that at the special called meeting, there was some discussion about doing some alternative things with that schedule, and we are certainly open to discussing that. So we talked about that briefly at our regular meeting this last Monday. Questions?
No, this is just a quick update for us. Any other questions? I appreciate it. Thank you for the feedback. I do know that there was a topic about having a separate meeting a week before, so the 15th. If we decide we want to do that, if you want to talk to your committee first, again, we might be having a workshop for the academics on the 8th, so maybe we could do a combination of that. It's an important topic, so we don't want to make it rushed, and that would be in lieu of the August 15th meeting, I think, was the proposal, but we don't. That's an idea. And then, of course, the same could be done for the September as well. But otherwise, any other questions or comments? Ms. Moore?
I have a question.
Sure.
At the special called meeting on May the 6th, you all had quite an extensive discussion about our task force. I was not here. I did send in our progress report as I had stated that that's how it would be sent in. However, I do have a question for you, Trustee Moses. You made some comments that I don't feel like I can let go and not address about our task force. And you specifically said that you thought that this task force was dragging their feet. And I would like more input from you about why you think we are dragging our feet, some specific things.
Absolutely. And again, the board has seemed to reach consensus on y'all's timeline, so I've let that go. But there was a timeline that was set, and we asked that first one time to come back and say, do you have an alternative timeline? And it took about 2 or 3 more requests before we got a revised timeline. So that was my frustration. And as I said, that really, my frustration wasn't so much with the task force as it is with the way we've allowed it to. I mean, we've allowed it, so y'all have done what you have been allowed to do. But the way that the board has handled it in the way of not having that conversation in conjunction with it. So I apologize if you took it as something other than that. But again, my frustration is not so much with the task force as it's just the way the timeline's unfolded.
Thank you. I was also very concerned about your comments comparing our task force to procrastinating children who are continuing to ask for extended deadlines, or that we were teachers who were not meeting up to our expectations. We're neither one of those. We're volunteers that you all asked to come to the table and do this very difficult and hard work, and that's what we have been doing. If you'll go back and look at the January meeting where my previous co-chair and I, for the first time by this board, were asked to come and give progress report to you, you will hear about all of the challenges that we faced all last fall. And you will hear how the first time we really felt like we had any real traction or meeting or any great meeting input, anything moving forward, was on December the 3rd. I'd urge you to go back and watch that meeting again. We've had a lot of challenges in this task force. And I'm proud of the work of this task force, and I'm proud of the way that we have come together and been able to do the hard work that we are doing.
No, I respect the hard work y'all are doing as well. Again, it goes back to, originally there wasn't a timeline. There wasn't. And then we amended the resolution and added one. And so once the board unanimously approved that, I was under the assumption that the board was going to then honor that, and that was what we were all working under. So, again, I respect that. I think we might have just a different agreement. I don't remember those words exactly, so I'm not going to speak to that other. I'll have to go back and watch. But
I watched it again this afternoon.
Again, I just go back to, I will say, in anything else that happens in life, there are timelines, and that's not meant to be rude or anything. There's expectations, and the expectations are good. We need to have expectations, but when expectations aren't met, then we have to figure out what to do next. So, again, thank you for the work you're doing, the work the task force is doing.
Thank you. I have another concern. I have a concern that it gets voiced that somehow this task force is responsible for any sort of lack of coverage that is going on in this next school year, and I don't believe that's not on us. And so that's been said a number of times. What are we going to tell the middle schools when school starts again, that we don't have a plan, that they're not covered? I would appreciate that if that would stop being said and blamed on this task force. That is not about this task force.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Math.
Yes, when we met 2 weeks ago, we talked about the visit with Wilco and Sheriff Chody. Can't remember the word we used. We wanted to get clarity or closure as to whether or not Wilco was still an option for us. And it was unfortunate that Sheriff Chody couldn't be there. I understand that, but the fact remains, here we are 2 weeks later, and we're not any closer to having clarity or closure on that question. What can we do in order to get that clarity and closure that we seek? And I'm not sure who I should direct that to. It's just more of an open question.
I think it goes to, the answer is, I don't know. We came out of that meeting. It was good. One of the first things Chief Rowell said was the Republic of Texas rally was coming to Austin that weekend. There was a lot of gang recruiting. I know they were focused on that. They've got a lot of things they work on. And I was grateful for the amount of time, 2 hours or so, that Chief Rowell spent with us. Is that right?
Yes.
Very grateful for that. And I couldn't. You did an excellent write-up. I want to applaud you. I think I sent you an email on that. I'd say it in public. That was an excellent write-up with all the details you put in that. To answer your question, it was kind of the same thing. It goes back to the Commissioner's Court. Are they interested? Is it possible? Is it probable? On a scale of 1 to 10, the answer was There was no, and I don't think that meeting was for closure. I think it was more to establish a relationship or dialogue or continue it. But hopefully this subcommittee will meet with the sheriff and he will give a clear answer at that point saying it can happen or it's not likely, don't count on it, whatever. And just like you said, that will be part of their analysis and their recommendation, So.
One of the things that I think is also really important for everyone to understand, because I think that there's a lot of confusion out there, when we did meet with Deputy Chief Ryle and we talked about what's in place, what's the coverage. We're covered, yes, you have the committed for coverage, and obviously until the May 31st, 2021 date, and that's barring anything that may happen between now and then. And then the discussion kind of came up about, so if we enter into an agreement with Wilco, a long-term agreement where things are negotiated and it all works out and everything is wonderful and great and you get everything you want, and it's a great negotiation, partnership and mission, right? Remember those words that I gave in my report that he said were so important, partnership and mission. He did say, well, we still have a commitment for the 2 years no matter what, because those are SROs that are funded and that are expecting jobs and that are expecting their benefits. And so even if something were to come up, it probably wouldn't get done before that deadline because of the commitments that are already made between Round Rock PD and the current Wilco SRO program. And so I was kind of thinking, well, if something new happened, it would get in place before that date if that was possible, or even with something else, even with a Round Rock ISD PD. But they kind of felt like that those dates would be honored, and then post that would happen whatever is going to happen for the future. So that's something else to keep in mind that I think people may not be aware of, or that, and possibly I don't know that I misinterpreted that, but we were all sitting in the room, and that was, and it would have to be something that would come up for discussion, and that there's contracts in place at least for the next year.
Can I expand on that as well and help me if I interpret it correctly? But I think he also said we need to know for our SROs, because they need to know if they're going to have jobs or not. They need to know if they're going to have benefits or not. So while he did secure the contract, he also alluded to the fact that we're not really sure if you don't continue with us that we'll be able to absorb that number of SROs when the contract ends. So there's some uncertainty, certainty for those SROs as well, and we need to respect that.
Yes.
Ms. Weir, do you have any comments on the meeting?
No, I think that really covered it. He was concerned about the SROs, though there was some plan, he said, where they wanted to expand, and if we don't go forward, they might be able to absorb them. But I think the sooner we can let them know our decision in the fall, then the better.
Mr. Meth.
So, in as much as there's uncertainty about the current SROs at Wilco, what do we have, maybe 9 or 10-ish?
9.
9.
Well, I guess for next school year, 9. We discussed that briefly as well.
Yeah, so one option that I'd like to see considered is whether or not we could retain those 9 plus 1 and cover our high schools with Wilco, and then perhaps have another solution for middle schools and elementary schools. I don't want to lock ourselves into a one-size-fits-all saying, we need SROs at 56 campuses or 0 campuses. I think that we could be more creative than that. And
our task force believes that you can as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to agenda item J2, board use of online message board. So,
thanks for bringing it up again for discussion. I appreciate that doing something new and innovative and being the first can be maybe scary, but it would just be new for Round Rock. It's not really new. I know for those of you that haven't taken open meetings training in a while, the 3 of us that are new that just took it, this message board is part of the open meetings training that the AG is giving now. And I don't think that it's so out there And we have had a lot of change on the board, and I do appreciate this board being willing to discuss it. I personally feel like it's very important, and I feel like I owe it to the 72% of the people that supported me in this election to try to help bring our board forward and bring more transparency and understanding to what this board does. And with the new open meetings law that was just signed and went into effect on June 10th, the laws for us have changed, and it's much stricter, and we need to be really aware of that. It is in our policy, and I kind of posted all of my random drafts. Finally, everybody got to see them. So I don't know, Mason.
No, and I really do appreciate you posting all that. I also appreciate you letting this be a discussion item and us not moving too fast down the road before we kind of get some unanswered questions answered. I also appreciate you now the PIB committee has some time to look at this, work with council to come up with the right procedures in the right place and the right format and all of that to make sure that the things we need to make sure the safeguards in place are there. That way it can be a truly valuable tool. I think it'll also be very beneficial, again, not to peel back the curtain on once our governance training, but once we've all gone through that and we have a better idea of what our agendas could possibly look like moving forward, not only by doing that will it make our agendas more predictable, I think by doing that, it'll make them more transparent, which will then hopefully make the way we communicate then, if we move forward with a message board, assuming we do, make that be more effective and more laser focused on what we're trying to accomplish. So I do appreciate having the time to work through this a little bit more.
Did you have any questions about this stuff?
No. I mean, I think it's all very helpful. I think now it's just kind of that point where it's digesting and then letting the PIB committee sit down. And I think I've shared with you some of my concerns. I know Doug's weighed in a little bit. I think now it's trying to figure out, again, okay, so maybe those don't need to go in policy per se, but we can maybe have something that just outlines the general good behaviors of the message board.
If you look through the user stuff, I tried to put in the things that you were concerned about, but in the way that Doug kind of had said how we needed to phrase it. So
I feel like we're close.
I do feel like we're close, and I don't know if you wanted to talk about the new open meetings law a little bit, because it is a little bit stricter for us now.
I'll be quick. Prior to February, I would have been sort of ambivalent about recommending this for entities because, there's always that concern that it's a new thing. It's relatively untried by a lot of entities. But in February, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals passed down a very significant ruling overturning a conviction of a Montgomery County Commissioner's conviction for violating the Texas Open Meetings Act by use of a quote-unquote blocking quorum. And so by doing that, the court ruled that that portion of the Open Meetings Act was unconstitutionally vague, and it would have a chilling effect on First Amendment rights of even elected officials. That prompted the legislature to go into rapid reaction. Fortunately, it was during a legislative session. And so they revised the language defining what a meeting was. And in the old language, it used to say a deliberation means a verbal exchange during a meeting between a quorum of a governmental body or between a quorum of a governmental body and another person concerning an issue within the jurisdiction of the governmental body. The legislature added so that it now reads deliberation means a verbal or written exchange. So they're trying to hone in on any kind of communication, which would include emails or other types of written communication. And then to deal with the vagueness issue, they also revised the law to read as follows. A member of a governmental body commits an offense if the member knowingly engages in at least one communication among a series of communications that each occur outside of a meeting authorized by this chapter and that concern an issue within the jurisdiction of the governmental body in which members engaging in the individual communications constitute fewer than a quorum of members. This is all new language. And the member knew at the time that the member engaged in a communication that the series of communications involved would involve a quorum and would constitute a deliberation once a quorum of members engaged in the series of communications, which in short sounds like if there are board members who engage in written communications that then they knew would then sort of get circulated such that you then have a quorum eventually discussing some issue offline. This new law, this new language, I think, is aimed at curtailing that. The irony about this, the message board, is that it was a relatively new concept with regard to the Open Meetings Act, because the Open Meetings Act language definition of what a meeting was had been around for decades. And in 2013, perhaps with the advent of technology and the use of message boards and our private lives, the legislature perhaps saw the wisdom or the need for having another means of communication for board members of governmental bodies. And so they designed this law in 2013. And TASB did issue a policy, BBI legal, which you've had on your books. All the districts have gotten the same legal policy that permits or articulates that a district could indeed use such a message board. So considering what has recently happened with the Open Meetings Act and the change, that's new change, the irony is that this, what I thought was new back in 2013, is now predates and is older than the new language of the Open Meetings Act that I just read to you. So I would say that for all entities, you've got to now deal with the fact that we have a new law. We can't point to Attorney General opinions that interpret this law. We can't point to cases that have interpreted this law. So it's going to be a learning process for all the governmental entities in the state of Texas that have to follow this. And so, again, the irony is that you have what was carved out 6 years ago, perhaps a safe harbor for having written communications that the legislature has said, yes, if you follow these rules, you are safe to do so. And so it is available to governmental entities. The truth is that not many have used it. But perhaps you're fortunate to have a neighbor, the city of Austin, that you can point to see how they've done it. And they've been doing it for quite a while now. And so my advice generally to entities is if you can model yourselves after someone who's been doing something, you can at least say, we're doing it the way they do it. And that'll give you more assurance that you're not creating new problems for yourself.
And can I just follow up on that? Because Councilman Flanagan said actually that 2013 law, it was Kirk Watson that did it specifically for the city of Austin to pull that message board out of the open, to make it so that it's doesn't fall under open meetings, it sits separately. Because they requested it as a way, because they didn't want to get in trouble with their communications. So that's the whole purpose of it.
And I'll reiterate what you're saying, and I agree. I think there needs to be, just like here on the dais, we have a decorum, we have professionalism. There's certain things. Once we make a statement here, it's on the video, and it gets up there forever. And I think we need to follow the same, develop a policy the same. If we type something on there, it needs to be careful. We can't erase it.
Nope.
So that's what I think is what one of your concerns is.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Just because I think also we're fortunate enough that in these kind of meetings, if we either get off topic, that's something that's not on the agenda, we have a couple attorneys that can step in and help us get redirected. That's not necessarily the case on there. So again, it's just, I'm not saying there's nothing that we can't work past or, like to your point, develop a policy around. It's just getting through that process.
Okay. Great. Okay, so there's no action on this tonight, but again, thank you both for bringing this forward and discussing it. All right, we'll go to agenda item K, action items for consideration by consent. And there was one.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm going to request that we pull item K8, and this goes back to the Lone Star governance training. And there may be something that after everyone goes through that, we may need to amend that some more or develop it some more. That's regarding our board self-eval. So I'm requesting we pull that until we've.
Okay. Mr. Moses.
So with that, Mr. President, I move the board adopt items K 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10 by consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for consideration by consent K 1 through 10, excluding 8. Is that good enough? So, all right, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. Great. All right, now we go to agenda item L, but we have to do number 4 first, which is approval of revised 2019-2020 compensation plan post House Bill 3 adoption. So we have to adopt that. We've already been presented, right, that information. So with that, we just need to, Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the board approve the adoption of the revised 2019-2020 compensation plan as reflected in the appendix.
We have a motion and a second to approve the revised 2019-2020 compensation plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. Got that. Congratulations. I voted twice, so. All right, now we'll go to agenda item L1, adoption of the 2019-2020 Round Rock ISD budgets. It's presented written here. Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board adopt the 2019-20 Round Rock ISD budgets for the General Fund, Food Service Fund, and Debt Service Fund as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the, I just lost it here, for the 2019-2020 Round Rock ISD budget as presented. Ms. Vessa.
In terms of comment, I just want to make clear that this is our first, tackling of this, and that we have further work to do in terms of efficiencies, and likely there will be amendments coming up as we continue to work on this budget. So I just want everyone out there to know that this is just our first budget. We know that we have areas that we need to work on, and that's a continuing effort.
Okay. Well, it's going to be, I don't know, we've got a lot going on, but we're grateful, so grateful that we got, this is what we did with House Bill 3, and so.
Yes, I'm very grateful.
All right. Anyway, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. Great.
Congratulations, Dr. Oddix.
That's it. Okay. All right. Go to agenda item L2, award of JOB job order contracts, multiple awards.
Yes, thank you, or President Chadwell. And so, to be brief, what you see before you tonight is a request to offer as a pool, if you will, in layman's terms, a pool of specialty contractors or job-specific contractors. And the discussion of how JOC or job order contracting can be chosen, one was reviewed by Mr. Spiegel back in February, and I'll rely upon that as well as we had a discussion of how the job order contracting can be procured in its roles within the district. Again, was discussed in the facility committee last Thursday. And so respectfully, I would ask that for your approval, knowing that as we proceed, we will be having access to these subcontractors as listed for different works for 2 years plus, if necessary.
Can I just add on, since we did talk about that at the facilities committee, and I know that people may have some questions about how you got the price and all of that, but it really was just almost like setting up vendors for jobs we don't have yet. And the price was more fees and their profits and things that they could judge and give us, and then that's how we could judge them on price.
That would be correct, Trustee Weir, is that the approval of this list of contractors basically is an approval of a list of service providers. And so as service providers, they don't have specific projects to work on until we make those assignments to them. And that is different from other procurements that you've seen previously for what we call a construction manager at risk, which is governed by one project, one selection. This selection is governed by, as you can see, the CVF or legal, and consequently you can create a pool and make assignments as you need.
Okay, so we have, do we have a motion on that? Okay.
Mr. President, I move the board approve award of job order contracts for use by the district of both bond projects and general needs of the construction and maintenance department as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the job order contracts as presented here. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 6-0. We'll go to agenda item L3, waive first reading and adoption of policy GBAA local.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I'll talk to this one real quick. Now, I know there's been some conversations about the desire to try and, as much as we can, influence, streamline the open the open records process. And so what the PIP committee did is we looked at it, and there's really, at least where I viewed it, as two tranches. There's the requests we get on a more regular basis that are pretty standard and common, and then they're the ones that are just larger. And that either be larger either in the volume they're requesting, or that just the way they're worded requires just more work, just based on wording. And so we try to address those as best we can, knowing that there will still likely be some work to do. The one thing to point out is that you see at the very top of the policy, which says charging for personnel time. That has been something that, while it's been somewhat tracked, I would say it's probably not been as tracked as best it could. And so what we have directed staff, or I say directed, what we're doing is enforcing the policy. Is we're saying, all right, from this day forward, everyone starts at 0, and we're going to start tracking those hours to make sure we have that probably focused. Also, what we've done regarding, at least I would say, call this the first step towards those larger requests, knowing that there may be more work to do as we progress, is that if it comes back in the cost estimate, it's more than $100, having staff then go back to the requester and really work with them to try and narrow the scope, or in some cases, it could be as simple as just rewording it, where instead of you asking it for say, please fill it out in this specific format, okay, well, asking for it in that format is now what's causing there to be significant staff time. If we can do it this other way, we can get to you not only faster, but it's still the information you want. So at least trying to work with them in that regard. And then the second one would be for those that are more on a regular, kind of, I would say, typical request that from what we've heard that they see, most of those are less than $20. And quite frankly, the time of filling out the invoice can take more time than actually fulfilling the request. And so if it's anything, a request for less than $20, the cost will be waived. So there would be no cost for that. The one thing to point out there, though, is that's for the first request. Now, once you can't then go and say a $10, $20 request. Yeah, it's once you hit that first one when that starts getting factored in, and it also then doesn't necessarily count. You don't get that credit towards other requests that are more than $20 and larger in scope. But again, that's us trying our best to, one, help staff out in that regard, but also make it more, quicker for the people making the request.
But it's not specified in this that it's just the first request.
I think that's more in the regulation and how it's applied.
I think probably it should be specified.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask, because there was a few things that actually came up when we were talking about the budget, if maybe we could not vote on this, because it seems like if we're not really talking about all the labor charges in here, and it just occurred to me as Dr. Audix was talking, if the tax dollars are already being paid for the salary of the people who are fulfilling these requests, and then we are on top of that then charging again a fee, I have a problem with that. It's kind of, you know what I mean? And it really hadn't occurred to me until then, and I don't know that, I know that maybe we can, but whether we should is another issue, because if we're asking taxpayers to fund the salary of the people who are doing it, and then asking them again when they do their request to pay for the time that person spent fulfilling the request, it feels a little like double dipping onto the people.
And I want to hear from Doug and Sandra on that, but I will say part of that also, and we have to be frank about this, we want to make sure that we're absolutely 100% all the time following the Texas Open Records Act. We want to make sure we're doing that 100%. Right. But we also, part of that, the law does outline the format that the request needs to be in, really to help
Yeah, and I'm not even, I'm more talking about.
I think that's part of it. It's one thing if the request is, hey, we want documents from this day to this day related to this topic.
And I'm
Very
not
good.
saying, I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with people. I mean, I think it's good. Valerie, my numerous times before I sat here, she was very good about always calling me and saying, okay, this is huge. How can we bring this back down? I didn't always get it back down, but she was really good. And so, I think that's awesome. So I'm not, it actually had to do with when, Sandra, we were talking the other day, and I was asking about costs, and then talking about legal. It actually has more to, because the charges are right? If you want to do it. And so I think maybe there's another level of policy, whether if we want to do it, if we want to chart our level of charging people once we're already having paid staff do the request.
So the Public Information Act does actually set out in quite a lot of detail how governmental entities are to charge folks or can charge them for the work that's done. If you'll notice in the proposed policy on the last paragraph, it says the board finds a public interest in allowing the district to respond to low-cost requests, the $20 issue that we were just discussing. There's a gifting issue, a public funds issue with regard to how your resources are used to respond to these kinds of requests. You can make a determination that if it's in the public interest to not charge for certain things. To not charge for things up to $20 is fairly novel. Normally, the law says you can charge, and most entities do charge for any requests that produce documents more than 50 pages in number. And then there's a whole calculation that comes into play with regard to labor, overhead, reproduction costs, whatever, depending on the format that you want the documents or the information to be produced. So there's clear guidance from the law as to how governmental entities are supposed to respond to those things. And so I think that the question you're asking perhaps is a larger question about, well, do we as a district want to determine that it's in the public interest not to charge for things that can be rather costly on behalf of the district? And I think that's maybe, that would be novel, what you're proposing. But I think you'd have to make a determination that it is in the public interest to kind of depart from making these charges. I think the burden would be on the entity to get to that point to waive those kinds of costs, because the expectation is you're going to be collecting a fair price for the production of the information that's been requested.
Otherwise, it's considered a gift if you don't charge?
Well, I think it's presumed to be a gift because the exception to not charging, the law says that if you determine that it's in the public interest to not charge for certain things, you can go ahead and conclude that that's the case. So I would say that this board would have to determine that it's in the public interest not to charge reproduction costs of a certain kind, which is why we have this language in this lower paragraph. So I would say that you'd have to go through that process. Otherwise, you run the risk of gifting.
So if I can just, a couple of comments I want to make in response to that as well, is to point out that no one pays labor charges up to 50 pages. And so the idea of the Public Information Act, right, is so if the community has request information that they can get copies, it's only 10 cents a page up to 50 pages, unless the request results in 50 pages, but it's at multiple buildings where we're required to do a lot of research and go places. So if a person submits a request, the purpose of it is to make sure that the person really wants the information. So as I pointed out at the PIB committee, we have several documents, requests that we've put together that people have requested information when they thought they wanted it, and we've sent them the invoices, the materials are there waiting for them to come, and they still haven't come to pick them up. And so we have stacks of that kind of information as well, because there is sort of an encouragement that if you really want it, then you're going to pay it for it. And up to 50 pages, it's like 10 cents a page, so it's really not that big a deal. But once they start asking us to requesting, and you're only paying a 20% of the cost of the labor is what you're allowed to charge in overhead charges, basically, until you get to the personnel charges, which are on policy GBAA. So that is one requester who has requested so many documents that the district has spent 36 hours of time during a fiscal year or 15 hours of time during a month once you've started to calculate that. So it's a single requester who's going through that process, and then you start charging for personnel time. Other than that, it's just a 20% overhead charge for labor, or the calculations based on the costs outlined in the Open Records Act that talk about how we charge for programming, et cetera. And we try to be very, very careful as you pointed out, we try to be very, very careful in making sure we're communicating with people, letting them know, because I think a lot of times people don't realize what they're asking for. We have people who ask us for information that's available on the website. So we usually will say to them, that information is available on the website. All you have to do is go and get it. And in one case, for example, I sent them the actual link to what they were asking for. But they wanted us to put it on a disk. So now we got to figure out how to make sure we can get it downloaded, the video from whatever was on and put it on a disk for them. But it's right there, and it's open, and it's available. So the idea is to make sure that the people who are requesting the information, that they really want it, and I think that's a part of the idea for charging the cost. It's not to charge them for every second that's used, and there's some things that are carved out, and we make sure that we don't include those in the calculations.
The part of me that doesn't pay tolls for this exact same reason has a hard
Part
time.
of you what was that?
Oh, I don't ride on the toll road because I don't pay twice to drive.
At the committee, we talked about, I think the policy change, I think, is a step in the right direction with regard to like the $20 thing for sure I think is an unusual and perhaps, a model that others should consider, because, there's a history here of this district getting quite a few requests apparently, and if charging folks for those size requests gets in the way of speedy delivery of information, you start encountering perhaps the concern that there's an undue slowness or a need to nickel and dime folks, and so I think it's a pro community type move to say, if you ask for documents up to this amount, you're not going to get charged. I think that's unusually generous, but not too generous for your community. But the other thing that we talked about at the committee that I do think is important is that regardless of the change in the policy, I think it's maybe a good idea for us to monitor and to be able to report perhaps so that everyone can see how many requests the district gets faced with, how many are dealt with rather easily, how many are maybe more complicated. Maybe that's information that first gets to the board, but that you can somehow get a sense of what the context is, because anecdotes can kind of certainly raise concerns about, hey, are we not doing as good a job as we should be? And I think the data maybe ought to be assembled prospectively, showing you, unless you wanted to go retroactively, but I think that may take
We already
time.
do. I mean, we already got at least a year and a half's worth, I think, in that packet you gave.
Amy,
So what we do-
and
I'm sorry.
I apologize. And Doug, I appreciate you bringing that up because I had a note just at the hour. We talked about, and I'll let Sandra, if you want to elaborate, please do, about adding a few more columns to what we're getting, so we can see, here was the original request, here's the original invoice. We talked to them on this date. Here's the amended request. Here's the amended invoice. That way we can just monitor and see that a little bit more in more detail.
And so I just want to point out that we do keep a list, and we have that running list of the requests that come in. And this year, from July 1st of last year till about last week, we were around 380, I think. We had a few more come in this week. The last number I remember was about 380 PIA requests. Some of them, like we said, are fairly small, and some of them are really large. But the practice that we went through with your request before you were sitting there as a trustee is the same practice that we go through with all requesters, so that they understand, are you sure this is what you're asking for? We're trying to communicate. And if you look at that list, I know that there have been a handful of complaints about the time that it may take in responding to some things. We've had some turnover in the department. We've gone through some training issues and those kinds of things. But I think a majority of the people will say that we're getting those documents out to them, except during those windows where we had those issues. But we've been getting them out. And we've been tracking that list for some time. We did talk about it at the PIB committee, and we've already added to our spreadsheet starting July 1st when we come back, that we will be tracking that additional information and we can give an update to the board. But even without that tracking list, as I mentioned, if any trustee wants to come and sit down and look through those files, we can go through them with you and show you, give you some examples of what's going on and show you the communications that we do have. I found one who actually did complain that we failed to respond when one of my people was leaving, and they didn't. But it's on our checklist that we are supposed to respond and say we've received your request, and that is an ongoing practice, and most of them have that in there.
Mr. Matz has been patiently waiting. So now I've got a question after him.
So I watched the policy meeting online, but I only watched parts of it. And I know you went through a very detailed example of one. But I'm just trying to gauge what a $20 charge buys. So let's say a routine request comes in. I want an attendee list from these 10 meetings, and it takes a person an hour and 20 pages. What would that cost roughly?
Okay, so that's a good example. So one of the things that we try to carefully protect in the district is FERPA protected information, those things that are identified as FERPA. Again, people sometimes think that FERPA only means the student's name, but it doesn't. It means the student or the parent's information and home information. And so we have to go through the process of looking at that information and redacting it. So it depends on how many people showed up and how long the list is. And again, if we charge the time for if it meets the requirements for redacting it and then making the copy of the page. They pay 10 cents per page for the copies, and if it reaches the level where we're charging for the overhead time, it's 20% of the charge of the labor, and that's passed on to the requester. So if it's 8 pages, they're going to they would, under the old policy, they would have paid about 80 cents. And in some of those cases, depending on what the request was for, most I think of the ones we were told when I came on board that we usually don't even charge people for 30, 40 cents or what have you. But then there was some concern about people questioning whether we would be accused of making a gift of public funds. So we wanted to try to make sure that we were complying with that and we had talked about looking at options for trying to change the board policy at some point when the time came up. So it may be an 80 cents charge if there's going to be a charge at all. Does that make sense?
So maybe I should have asked a more specific question. What's roughly the hourly rate that we charge?
So
what's the hourly rate?
Again, that's set by statute. I think it's $15, if I'm not mistaken, $15 an hour.
It was listed in there somewhere. It's online or somewhere.
It's a statutory provision in the rules that were adopted by the. Where is it?
Policy in your policy.
Okay.
It lays out all the.
Yeah, I've read it about 5 times, but no, I'm just kidding.
I can find it.
Okay.
I didn't bring it with me, so. Yeah, I didn't bring that part with me.
Statement of labor charges. I actually was just curious because the policy does say it's a
the charge
paper
for labor
record.
costs shall be at $15 an hour.
So is that the 100% or is that the 20%?
So it's $15 an hour, and then we charge 20% of that over the hour.
Yeah.
So it's like if it's 3 hours times $15 times 0.20.
So it's $3 an hour.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, that's what we get to bill for.
Okay. Thanks.
And just one more question on because it says photocopy of each page of the paper record that is photocopied. So when we scan, are we still charging the 10 cents or?
So it depends. If in order to scan, we had to do some redacting, you have to pay for the charge because in order to you redact and then copy that, make a copy of that page, so it allows you to charge if you've redacted the page. And it depends on if you had to make a copy in order to get that information anyway. So if we didn't have it someplace, a way where we could get it that way, and the only way to prepare it was to print it and redact it, then we have to. It's complicated. It is complicated. It's a process, and that's why, as Doug was pointing out, sometimes the invoicing can be more costly than preparing the document itself. But it's not go grab something, make copies, and send it to me. And that's what I think a lot of people envision.
Okay. I've got a quick comment, and then Ms. Bessa. So I would think at this stage, 90% of all the stuff that we have is electronic, and it would be a matter of searching for it, creating a PDF, putting it on a thumb drive, whatever.
That's what a lot of people think,
I
but
know.
it's not.
My first when I saw this was, I just want to make sure that we are as open as possible with the public. It's their money. They get to see where we spend it. They have every right to see it, and they have every right to see it in a timely manner. We've seen emails that's come to the board saying there's been charges for hundreds of dollars, $1,000. There's no way for me to know what your real cost is. Are you having to go to 5 different warehouses? My image when I think of that is the end scene of Indiana Jones, where there's a big giant warehouse the size of a football field. You got to climb up these big crates, and you got to pull this. I hope that's not the case.
Men.
So
What's that?
Top men.
Whatever. Anyway, I would think that at some point everything's going to be, and I realize that there's redaction. I know you and I have had discussions about FERPA and and all of that. And I think you mentioned earlier that we're welcome to come in and see that. I do think that this new spreadsheet, this new column that has more details, I'm willing to look at this, give this a try, as long as it expedites the process to get the information out to the public in a timely manner, cost effective. It helps you, it helps the public. It doesn't come back as a burden on us that we're not doing our duty here, which is it's public money. They get to know where it's spent. I'm thinking the most of it. I'm thinking money, but there's also policies, and I realize that too.
So I want to be clear. If they call and ask for a copy of policies or a copy of a handbook or something of that nature, those are quick and easy copies that usually can get in and get out. We just get them done. But if we get requests, and this is what we get more requests for that are not electronic, we get a request for the last 4, 5, or 10 years of records or documents, or grievances or complaints. Those are done. Many of those are, even though some people do them on the computer, by the time they become a file, they are paper. The only way we're keeping them and keeping copies of exhibits, we're not making those electronically, and so they're paper files until and unless they're saved on a computer. And so we don't, because people, until recently, people hadn't been asking for a copy of everybody else's grievance. So we would keep that person's grievance and we'd go back and look at that file. But if you're now asking us for a copy of all the grievances that are filed up here, we have to determine how much of that information do you get? How much of it is confidential and private? How much of it will identify parent information? And that's the misconception.
And I know there's lots of software programs out there, optical character, and there's scanning software. Maybe that's something we look at, where every piece of paper that's done, we scan it into a file, and there's ways to redact, go in there and mark it out so you don't have to spend a lot of time on that. Anyway, we've got a couple more questions here, and then so Ms. Vesta's been waiting, and then Ms. Weir.
So something that was said earlier in response to Steve's question, he said, what if a person just wants to see a list of attendees at a public event? Say something we even televised, and you said they're FERPA protected. Maybe we need, maybe you could send us some additional clarification, because that person states their name on television. You can look at it on our website. I don't understand. And I'm not saying I don't understand the law. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
It's a training issue. So the thing about FERPA is, even if these kids that were in this room were recorded by somebody else's recorder and they took it and they did something with it, they get to do that. But when the school district creates and maintains a record or a document that will reveal personally identifiable information, it is when the district is maintaining it. So there are times when so I don't want to go through it is a training issue, and we can go through it whatever time y'all want to talk about FERPA so that you can get an understanding of what it is.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, in terms of a lot of us are the ones that interact with the public on an ongoing basis, and people ask us questions, and I can't at this point. I don't understand why someone wouldn't be entitled to a list of names from a meeting when they were televised. I don't understand that. And so if I could understand the law better, then I could explain it. And honestly, beyond that, like, if this law is ridiculous, and we need to talk to our representatives to change the law, because if it's inhibiting people from getting basic information, then that's a problem.
Look out, Washington, D.C.
So the one thing I'd say about that is it doesn't prohibit them from getting basic information, but the fact that I'm a parent and I show up at a public meeting to voice my opinion does not mean that I want my name, my signature, or my personal information on a list that I've submitted to the school district, not to the public, to then be revealed, so that if they want to take it and start, if they want to look me up and they want to call me, they can do it if they're willing to do the work and go back and look at the public tape. But once it's taken into the school district's records, then it's a matter of us making sure that we're complying with the law. Because my decision to show up at the meeting doesn't mean that I want John Q. Public necessarily to decide that I'm open for you to contact me with whatever it is.
So let me jump in real quick. This will be quick. When people fill out this form right here, over there on the table, the brown form, there's nothing on here that says your information is subject to open records, even though it is being broadcast. You are holding the documents. You're the record. The district is the record keeper of records, whatever. You know, this kind of goes back to the same thing as if somebody goes to a meeting. Put it on there and say it's subject to open records. Just like when somebody sends an email, it says the board.
It is subject to open records, but open records doesn't, it's protected by open records as well. It's subject to it, but it's protected by it. Does that make sense?
May I suggest something? Because I think we're getting into the weeds of a particular issue that I think probably deserves a clearer answer such that you can articulate it to folks who ask you these questions. I hadn't heard this issue before, and I would like the opportunity to work with Sandra to get you my thinking as well, and training and whatever that responds to your satisfaction. I think it's a legitimate question because when people go into an HEB, obviously there's not a FERPA protection for a child's identifiable information. So, you know, I think maybe context may be an important feature of that question. So I think it's a legitimate question, but I would say we're not probably going to solve it just sort of coming up with things right now.
So Ms. Weir.
I just had one more thing, and I don't want to pick on you, but now I've lost my mind. Sorry. It's
Lost your
11.
thought.
I
Lost your
have.
thought.
No,
Lost your
well,
mind.
maybe my mind also. And so I guess for Mason, this is just a first pass at this, right?
Right. We have two options, and we posted it in one way, so we would have two options, not just have one option. The first option is to adopt it. And the second option, which really is the way most policies, the exception ones that have been like way talked through ad nauseum or are very, very like basic small changes.
Which you hoped this one was, but it turned out not to.
Oh no! I pulled it. Hey, I did not let it. I did not say you all on consent for this very reason because I knew you were going to talk about it. Is to treat this as a first reading, and then if there's anything specific you would like us to look at or like the committee to look at, we're happy to do it. We serve at the board's pleasure. So just let me know so we can. And then I think it also gives council time to work that. So yeah, I have no problem.
Just having this be a first reading?
Absolutely.
And my only other suggestion would be just having gotten the emails that just kind of come standard that say, you know, there's nothing, information is not available, and just really standard, and then you're just like, and it may be, you know what I mean? So I don't know if there's like just a little bit of a customer service maybe where we give a little more detail, or even like, I mean, Valerie got to where she would just call me, but poor baby. I mean, I felt bad for her, but she would just call me, and that would just be easier. And she could then explain to me, you know, and then I could, it wasn't quite as, I don't want to say angry, but
So
you know, it's not as frustrating as just the sort of the generic, when you really know, hey, that information.
What's going on?
It doesn't, we can't really create it, it's blah, blah, blah. I mean, because you can
So what we're, right.
Oh, I turned my thing off.
We don't have it. So what we've been trying to do, we're trying to obviously streamline the process. We try to communicate with people. We send them, we say to them, are you asking for this information? We were working with HR, for example, on a request. We said to them, now there's several ways to give you that information. Do you want it this way or that way? And they said, I've been working in HR for 20 years. I know what I want, you know what I want. So HR said, okay, we'll give it to you this way. And then they came back and said, so I want to be clear that there are some complaints. Some of them are legitimate. There's some concerns about some things that may have taken a while. There may have been a question. Some people are feeling a little frustrated because they don't understand the process. But we are trying to communicate. There's some that I've invited to come and sit down with me and see if I can explain to them some of those things. And some of them haven't taken me up on it. Some of them have returned phone calls to me, and they've said they want to talk through it, and they want to talk us through it and let us know what it is. I've asked my folks to try to contact them. But there have been some who, in the vein of no good deed goes unpunished, when we try to explain to them, they tried to explain to us why it wasn't. And at some point, it's easier to just do it in writing so that whatever we've said is communicated. And because I'm all about customer service. I am all about customer service. And any of the folks who work with me and any of the folks who have received our information will say, we appreciate how you've done that. But everybody is not satisfied. And I don't think it's reasonable or fair to myself or my staff to assume that the comments made by a few people because of some underlying deals that we could certainly go into detail about would be the things that would define the level of customer service we're really giving to
No, and
a
like I majority said,
of the
I mean,
requesters.
when I dealt with your staff, I had no complaints. I mean, she was very kind, and she sat with me however many hours she sat with me going through papers, so I didn't have to pay for anything that I didn't want. And I really appreciated that. So that was just my only, when you
And
get
at that time,
first
there
one-
was one person. And so...
We got a couple more questions. Hopefully we can wrap this up. Anyway, Ms. Gonzalez and
So
Mr. Mess.
I just want to point out something that, I've lived through workshops, committees, and now we're at committees again. And this, to me, is a workshop discussion because what we're doing now, we're filling up our agenda, staff's time, and we're having a workshop discussion. So, board, really self-evaluate and let's figure out, is this really working? And I know this is just one issue, but I think there's going to be other issues where we're going to have this full discussion in a workshop because we are wasting not wasting, we have to have these discussions, right? But we have to decide which setting is going to be best and what is the best use of time.
Okay.
So just think about that.
Good point. Mr. Moses and then Dr. Flores.
No, I was just going to say this is a good conversation. I appreciate the dialogue tonight. I think there's a lot of merit to Trustee Gonzalez's point. I think, as we do these committees, it is, we are still learning as we go. So I'll just ask trustees if you have any suggested changes to this policy or any moving forward as we continue to get better, to please just send those to me so I can make sure they're part of the next conversation. And so then when we bring this back, we can hopefully have a broad consensus. Because I think we all have the desire to do something. We're trying to make sure we do it right.
So the $20, we're going to continue to charge even up to $20 right now until you all take some.
We haven't decided yet, so we're still. Anyway, Dr. Flores, real quick.
Yeah, I just want to be quick. I do think that the fact that I heard something really great here, the two of y'all are going to get together and come back, and that's obviously necessary. That's why we have admin council and board council. So the coexistence of the two of you with a great idea, great policy, great whatever with the PIB or what have you. I just want to make sure that I graciously pulled STAR results and accountability update for the simple fact that we were going to move this item in this agenda. I will never, let me be clear, I will never pull or want to pull anything about student achievement when we're going to speak about this for 32 minutes. I just want to be clear because we're about student achievement. And again, we've had a great meeting of historical proportions tonight. And this is what we're focused on when I think y'all too can solve this with regards to the PIB and then coming back to the full committee. That's all I wanted to say.
So where are we? First reading, leave it?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go.
So to be clear, we are going to continue to charge.
Until we
The
have...
policy's not been changed.
Yep.
Nothing's changed, So, okay. Go to agenda item M1, public communications. No further comments. Rather, go to agenda item N1, facilities and finance committee report.
I promise to be very brief because one of the main things we talked about we've already voted on, which was the JOC proposal. So thank you for that. I think we had a really exciting meeting for me in particular, but it was exciting to see all the projects that are coming up. We got to see some information on Elementary 35, CD Folks, McNeil, and Westwood, and they all look amazing. And I know the staff is working hard and doing a great job. There's some other. I'm trying to look at my notes. We did also go over ongoing projects that are not on the bond, that are going to be part of that $10 million that was on the budget. And I know that Terry and Danny are working together to get that list to us, and hopefully we'll be able to bring some of those things to the full board soon. And have I forgotten anything, Terry? Oh, we're removing the fuel tanks at McNeil. That's exciting.
Trustee Weir, every day there's a change in facilities. So if we fail to mention it, it will certainly be on the next agenda or discussion, because things are changing daily and hourly.
Yeah. And we hope to have at least a couple more meetings before we come back to our August to have an update.
Okay. Agenda item N to Policy Innovation Budget Committee Report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I'm very, very excited about the work that's being done in our policy committee, especially after, and I'll talk a little more about this in announcements, I'll be brief about it, about going through Lone Star governance. Because as it turns out, there's some policies that we're already looking at, like the one we pulled tonight. Like most excitingly, I think the work we're doing with AE Local regarding our theory of action, our educational philosophy, that we're going to be continue to look at, that I look forward to hearing everyone's feedback after they've gone through that, as well as how we can streamline our agendas. I know there's been some requests in the past about reshuffling some things to make sure we're not having action items this late at night, and hopefully moving those up through policy so we can actually get those implemented quicker, as well as actually, after we gone through LSG, really being able to focus on what matters, like things like student outcomes and achievement, and getting to the point where on our agenda, so we spend more time talking about that, and things like what we heard tonight. While we want to hear like about the equity task force and everything else, those can maybe be done in a workshop setting or through some other written update to the board, and then follow up as needed. So I look forward to those conversations and those policies as we bring them forward. At our next one, we, again, kind of like Amy said, PIV is going to try and meet earlier in August so we can hopefully address the GBBA local, like we talked about tonight, as well as some other items, as well as looking at the policies, procedures, or what we want to call them, around the message board. So perhaps that then the August meeting had that all as one big item. So good work's going on.
Okay, and I'll compliment both of your committees. I've watched them online. Appreciate your due diligence and digging through that. We never know how long we're going to spend on a topic when Brent comes to the dais here. And Dr. Flores, I know we had a lot accomplished tonight, and we talked about pulling the STAR results, not because we don't care about the kids, but because it was preliminary. And we had no idea that this was this topic. I appreciate and applaud the board and everybody being so diligent, digging in and working. We're getting the business of the district. We take care of it. And, yeah, we have room for improvement. I agree. But I thought
we
this
probably
meeting...
need to be part of the efficiency study.
Okay, I agree. We can be part of the efficiency. I was planning on this meeting going past midnight. I think we're going to make it before then. So I applaud everybody. Thank you for there's a lot of details. This is getting a bigger district. We have new laws every year, new rules, requirements. We have new people. It's our obligation to pass that information along and discuss it in public the best we can. So with that, Ms. Vessa, real quick.
Just real quick. I mean, I'm looking at this budget, at this agenda here, and I mean, as much as people say we should just be focused on student outcomes, we spend a good amount of time talking about our budget, which is one of our primary roles. So I can't imagine that we would want to cut that. In terms of not discussing equity task force and equity in general in our meetings, I think that sends a message that we don't value it. So I wouldn't want to cut that. So I just would be, I don't want to just go through every single item and talk about why I think it was important, but I think that, I mean, we want to focus on student outcomes, but we have there's more student outcomes than just STAR results or accountability data. There's outcomes in relating to equity. There's outcomes in relating to mental health. There are outcomes in relating to facilities. And so all of these things are the purview of our board and our responsibility. So, as much as we'd like to operate in an hour and a half, I don't see that ever happening. We have over 50,000 students in our district, 55 campuses. Like, I don't see that happening. So if somebody can convince me otherwise, that we can get all this stuff down to an hour and a half and not talk about things, then I'm willing to go there. But if people are going to have the expectation that we come back in August and we're going to have an hour and a half meeting, I don't know. I'm not that optimistic. That I would hope that we would be better educated on how to evaluate our district, especially 3 new trustees, and how to evaluate our performance. But to think that we're not going to be talking about, the safety and security of our district in these meetings, or we're not going to be talking about facilities, or we're not going to be talking about equity, I think that's an unrealistic expectation, and I wouldn't expect that our public watching or commenting would think that the next meeting is going to be 2 hours because we went to Lone Star Governance and we all of a sudden don't want to talk about those things anymore.
Okay. We're getting way deep into this stuff, but real quick.
No, and I don't think that's an expectation of anybody on this board, that we can do anything in an hour and a half. I think what we're trying to examine, what we tried to do is figure out how to make best use of the time. Do we need to have a workshop where we can have a full discussion and we can go 4 hours, and then have a more efficient board meeting where it only lasts 3 hours because we've openly had that discussion where we're all a part of it? Nobody is saying that we're going to cut anything and these topics aren't important. It's about how we're going to deliver it and how we're going to make best use of our time. I just wanted to make that clear.
No, and I think we're probably gone into announcements at this point, but I would say that I hope everyone goes into LSG with an open mind and a positive mindset. LSG, yeah.
They said LSU, not LSU.
No, LSG. Because, again, I think like Trustee Gonzalez said, there's no expectation that we're going to fix it in one meeting. But I think what you'll see by going through that is that by refocusing our time on things that matter, and yes, in policy, there are about 20 things that fall under our purview, but if you look at them, about 75% of them fall under the umbrella of student outcomes. And so it's saying, and not just that, well, we have goals that we have set through our strategic plan by working with the community and with the superintendent we have set for him. So it's spending more time talking about the board goals that we have set for the district. And I do think that, and that's why tonight when we talked about mental health, when I talked about equity, I was asking those questions about, do we have measurable goals? So in the future, when we have those conversations, we can tie them into actually monitoring performance and goals throughout the year, and not just receive, while a great presentation, not just receive presentations, but actually measure progress. But I think everyone will then get that through the training. But it was a great 2 days. I'm sad I'm actually missing that with everybody else, but I hope everyone gets some really great things out of that like I did.
Okay, with that, do agenda item real quick. We're tentatively planned for August 8th. Is that good for everybody? And then a workshop. And then we need to set a level 3 grievance date, and that's usually minimum 4 hours. So if you all want to set a time now, or is that something we can get back? Patty can send out something to us. But right now, put August 8th on your calendar, if you would, please. And that's Thursday night, starting at, 6 o'clock or so, 5:30 something. Okay. I hope it's fun. So, all right. Anyway, do we need the grievance right now? Do you need that date? Can you send us a couple of dates?
So may I just chime in as well? I understand there may be several grievances perhaps that need to get to the board level. At least 3 or 4 is what I understand.
That's several hours. It's at least
right.
an hour.
So I'm not suggesting you do them all at the same time, but we've got, I think obviously we want to process those. So maybe you can't resolve all that now. Opposing counsel. I think what may help is just perhaps sending, I know folks are going to go on vacation, but perhaps on your return, by the time you return, by the time staff returns, perhaps over this next couple of weeks, you can send a number of dates. And, if we only have 4 board members, then so be it.
It's a quorum. Quorum counts.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else? Congratulations for all the budget, all the work done. Enjoy your break. And Dr. Flores, any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the board, and tonight, I mean, and I was a little saucy, I guess, about but that's because I don't want to undermine the historic work that this board did tonight, and I think you did it in actually kind of record time. So commend yourselves for that, because I have been here previous years where we have been here at 1:30. So no doubt, commend yourselves for that. But I also want to take a time out to tell my staff how proud I am of them as they came forward. And tonight you took courageous action as well with executive directors, area superintendents on up with non-Chapter 21 contracts. So that doesn't go lightly, and I want to just commend staff, and I want to let them know that I'm just fortunate to be the superintendent of such a great district. So thank you, board, for a great night. And I also want to thank the legislature for making education a priority. They started in January, and they said really early out of the gate that that's what that's going to do. And I said, yeah, right, we'll see about that. And they held to that. So without further ado, thank you guys for that. And staff, enjoy some time. Do not come to work for at least 3 or 4 days. Kenneth, he batted in the number 3 hole tonight, and he hit a home run, so great job, sir.
With that, I'll entertain a motion. We are adjourned 11:25.
Good work.